The Opie and Anthony Show on XM-202, featuring Opie, Anthony, and James Norton.
I'm scum because I'm a shapely European blonde.
Anthony. Jesus, we are just whores. James Norton.
Look at this face. How do you not love it and want to kiss it?
E-Rock.
Sex Bagel here on the radio with you.
Sex Bagel. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
And Sex Bagel gets hit with poker chips.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those days.
What happened, E-Rock? E-Rock's running around like crazy because the rage music didn't start.
Can't start the show without the rage music.
It's impossible. It's a physical impossibility. Okay, now we're good. There we go. We're like Pavlov's dog. We didn't know what to do. Like, we didn't hear the bell, so we just starved to death. We would have just sat here going, no music, no show. Hi, good morning.
It's so pathetic that we even need this dramatic music behind us, and if we don't have it, we fall apart.
This overly dramatic beginning that we have to a dopey show.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's all about. Every show needs it. Like, every show seems to have one. It's like your standard thing, like the opening credits of a TV show. Like anything. But I always find it a little silly and overdramatic. If there was another way we could burn 5 minutes, I'd be up for it. But for some reason, it's this whole musical number that has to go on. This song and dance pony show we got to do before we even talk.
Well, we started back in the day, so we continue with the rage music to start this fine radio show.
It allows the people to know that it's us coming on. They make that connection.
By the way, right about now, I'm thinking I probably should have stayed home today.
Is it that bad?
Oh, my God.
You got a cold?
I had a massive allergy attack yesterday because I was staying with some people that had a dog, and I'm really allergic to dogs. But it's stupid me. I'm like, no, it'll be okay. Every time I go, no, it'll be okay. And then I'm just like sneezing and runny eyes, puffy eyes for like 8 straight hours. And then drove back to New York last night thinking, all right, it'll just pass and I'll be completely normal today. And no, it just continues. So now I'm thinking I probably caught a cold on top of that.
I'll tell you where you caught a cold.
Atlantic City.
It's the only place I used to catch colds until and now people make fun of me for this, but I'm awful about it. Getting up and washing my hands constantly during when you're playing any of the casino games. Those chips you're holding are just little petri dishes of disease that you're handing back and forth to everybody in the place.
Yeah, I bet $100 and a little bit of cancer.
Yeah, here's a little bit of that. Right. I got some. I'm going to raise you emphysema. I have to. I'm pot committed with tuberculosis, and I got to raise you emphysema.
Yes.
That's what you're doing. You're trading them around. You ever see the guy comes over with a big the plastic case, and he brings over new chips? That's new diseases.
Yeah.
All for everyone, and they stack them up in the disease dish, and then they hand them around. And just look around at the table. Would you touch the hands of 99% of the people you see at the casino?
No.
You are.
Yep.
It's worse than sexual transmitted diseases.
You're licking their bellies when you...
You're pretty much licking like belly and just mouths. Just go up to that Asian gentleman smoking a cigarette at the end of the table and lick his mouth.
Just lick the inside
That's
nostrils.
what you're doing
the
when you're taking his chair. You feel all good that you won his money. You're like, yeah, look at me, crank it over here. Take whatever he's got.
That's what I was telling you, that disease actually runs the world. It runs everything. Like, if you look at it from a certain standpoint, everything we do is to spread disease.
To spread disease. That's the sole purpose of us being here on this planet.
Like, some bugs in our brains put the idea in that gambling is a good idea because it's an amazing disease-spreading
Yeah, it's a great disease spread. You're absolutely right.
I like that theory. Anthony always talks about the casinos and how dirty they are and how they're filled with germs. I'm like, shut up, you germaphobe. Mm-hmm. But here I am on Monday morning with a nice heavy cold that I thought was allergies.
The craps table, people
craps.
You blow on the dice and
they're like, come on, let me hack on it. And then throw them.
Yeah, and they give you 5 dice, like, what do you want to get this time?
Yeah, which disease do you want?
And the people that just touch the dice at the craps table, those disgusting verminous, just brought a disease from China or someplace.
Yeah, they got SARS now. It's been introduced. That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just opened up a new SARS table. New SARS table is opening. It's disguised as craps, but feel free to play.
Yes, and people will
what the hell? Why am I? And Ope played 3-card poker.
Yeah, I figured out the game, by the way.
It's a cool game.
Yeah, you lose all night long. You go down about $800, and then you're drunk. It's 4:30 in the morning. Your girlfriend wants to go to sleep. Everybody else around you wants to go to sleep. You're like, all right, one more hand. So $100 down on the ante, $100 down on the other thing there. The
pair plus.
The pair plus thing. And then you get your 3 cards, and then you just bet $100 without looking at your cards.
Don't even look to see if they're worth betting.
Don't even look, and even announce ahead of time, this is what you're going to do.
I won't be looking.
This is my last hand of the night, and I'm going in blind. I'm not even looking at my cards. Is everyone hearing me?
Yeah.
So I got 100, 100, 100. Don't even know my cards. She comes up with, I think just ace high, whatever. I'm like, I guess I'm looking pretty good.
She qualifies.
Couple people won, couple people lost. She turns over my cards. Flush!
Oh, so you had the flush.
Wow.
Win about $1,000, even for the night. Good night, everybody.
You leave.
See you tomorrow morning. I'll be back.
Never happens. Wow.
No.
So I got to figure it out.
You took your disease chips to the disease cashier where they hand you disease money.
Yeah. Right. So
it's fantastic. But that game...
So I was even for the night, but now I got a heavy cold for a week. So I guess the casino won.
Of course.
It's another game where they have added a new disease factor, the cards themselves.
Yes, the disease, you get the card disease from the cards. You get them from the chips, and then, when you cash in the money, and then when you give that money to a hooker who gives...
Right, another disease when she's up in your room. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Maybe that cancels it out, though.
Oh, maybe. That's how you inoculate?
They got it's one of the few table games that allows you to touch the cards.
Right.
So, because I guess with Texas Hold'em being so big, they wanted a game where you actually feel like you're in control of something and holding your cards. Yeah. So you're able to pick up the cards in 3-card poker, which just adds another, when you hand those cards back and they go into the shuffling machine and come back out, that's not one of those sterilizing shuffling machines.
I thought it was.
Oh, these cards are hot. Oh, they're piping hot.
They just came out of the sterilizing machine.
What do they call that? A clava? What is it called?
A barber's towel machine.
A clava.
Yeah.
Something sterilizing machine. But no,
it's the opposite. It's doing exactly the opposite.
It's shuffling the diseases together.
Exactly.
What an awful place. And just the smoking. Like, I understand people love smoking. Yeah. God bless you. Have a pisser with it.
This could be from smoking.
And by the way, the free drinks.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. The free drinks come in. Do they wash those glasses between each.
Well, they
I'm
have to.
sure they really make sure
they have
clean.
To. They got to keep everything clean.
Sure.
Louis C.K. By the way. That's the voice you're hearing in the background.
They don't just let the glass just
refill it.
Another one.
You rinse it off. Well, you've seen behind bars what they do. They take it's a single sink. And they throw a tablet, this magical tablet.
Right.
We can't cure diseases, but bars can. With this magical white tablet, they throw in a single sink, and there's like 5 brushes that are in this water. Mm-hmm. And all night long,
a tired bartender
is taking your glasses, and those are the other patrons, and dipping them in this water concoction.
Just giving them that one
little dip over the brush, and then this rinse in another sink that is just standing water.
Yes.
And then they're magically sterilized.
He's giving it that one kind of, I hate all of these people.
Oh, this job sucks. And if you need it dry, of course, there's a rag that sits there all night that he uses to rub the bar with and puke and whatever else might come.
You mean they're not scrubbing the edges of the glasses?
Oh, I don't think they're really... Not like at
like
home.
you do at home, no?
At home with the people you know and love.
Actually,
you scrub away at the rim of the glass.
Yep.
And
a little known fact, I was a bartender for a few years. It's just a quick dip.
you're busy.
You got the very soapy water, then you got the sort of soapy water, then you got just the water.
The rinse sink.
So it's dip, done.
Air dry.
You're not scrubbing
There's
anything.
no scrubbing around the edge of the glass.
The alcohol,
well, that's what they say.
That kills all the germs.
No, and the ice is made of incredibly good water. The ice is those ice makers.
That's another thing, the ice, where they just take the glass and shove it in the ice anyway.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I don't have the flu at this point. Keep talking.
You're working on it.
You're talking me
all
into
are.
a case of cancer. Jesus.
We all are.
I just went to Atlantic City for the night to have a little fun with Big Ken and the gang from Philly.
It's a gamble, all right.
And I come back with this heavy cold. But I learned how to beat 3 cards. So.
3 cards, good. It's a game of you just got to keep your ass in the seat long enough.
Grind it out.
But like
until
you hit a big hand.
Not caring and thinking it's your last hand. When I was in Vegas to do comic relief, I decided I'm going to lose $200 at the blackjack table and go to sleep.
You're just going to lose it and right.
So I decided to, and I was tired. Like, I don't know why I had to lose it, but I was like 2 $100 hands. And I'm gone.
That's it.
So $100.
I think everybody does that because you don't want to go upstairs with the chips. You're like, you know what? I'm just tired. I'm just going to make 2 huge bets and get out of here. You're not even thinking that you're just losing. You might as well just throw the money on the floor and let someone pick it up.
Pick it up.
So I lose $100, and then the second $100 I win. And then I just keep leaving it on the table because I want to
let it ride.
And I just kept letting it ride, and I just kept winning. And I'm doubling down with like showing a 7 against his 10 with $1,000 on a hand. That was like the first stupid thing I did. I showed a 7 and he showed a 10. I doubled down with $1,000 on it and won. And I kept winning, and people were crowding around me. And
Did you make a decision like, maybe now I should just leave and win and not?
No, I just kept going because I had a friend with me who was mad at me for not starting to be conservative.
Right.
Screw
what are you
The
doing?
whole point of this was to lose money. Yeah. So I just kept going. I won $10,000 playing blackjack.
Right. Come on.
Playing blackjack.
On your last 200?
Yes. $10,000. Went home. Went up to the hotel room. Stupidly didn't turn it into cash. If I saw the cash, I would have respected it.
Yeah. Well, that's why they give you chips.
Yeah, exactly.
To disease you and to keep you from remembering it's your money.
So then I call my wife and I tell her I won $10,000. And she's like, that's amazing. And I said, well, I'm still in Vegas.
I'm not done yet.
And she's like, what does that mean? And I'm like, I'm still in Vegas. I'm not.
You know what that means? You're thinking in your head, I could turn this 10,000 into 100,000.
With ease.
That would be a hell of a
It just
payday.
means I haven't won it till I get it home to my state that has no legal gambling.
For now.
Yeah.
Casinos are popping up all over the place.
Yeah.
You know, they want to be responsible and keep everyone safe from the online gambling, but let's make sure there's a casino on every corner eventually.
Yeah.
How much did you lose of it?
I lost all of it. Plus another 1,000 the next day. As quickly as I won it, doing the same dumb betting, the same stupid.
Yeah, thinking that was a new strategy that you're going to write a book about it. And
yep. And my
I
wife
broke the system.
She's so mad at me. She's like, "You lost $10,000." I'm like, "No, I didn't.
No.
I came. It's nothing." She says, "We needed that $10,000." I'm like, "You can't say that we needed money that I got magically.
That you want that right.
You can't say that it was $10,000 that we need." And I made $20,000 while I was there. I earned money.
Right, you were working.
No, you lost 10.
See, that's where some people don't understand.
No,
you didn't. You lost 200, and you actually made money because you were there to work.
Exactly.
Some people go there on vacation, then they do lose money. But I had a little gambling weekend myself.
Yeah.
A little private gambling Saturday night. Went over to Kevin Smith's comic book store.
Oh, his illegal poker game he does every Saturday night.
Not illegal. He's not taking any rake. He's not taking any money. He's taking the other people's money. He's not, the house isn't getting any money.
I'm just messing with you.
But, a little poker game went on. And as you recall, some of the listeners perhaps, I got raped last time I went there. About a month ago.
How much did you lose?
It was a $100 buy-in, and I bought in 5 times. So I dropped $500 the last time and lost everything. Could not win, could not get a hand, could not make anything work. Any hand I did get, someone had a better one, and it was one of those situations. Well, Saturday night, start playing about 7:30, around 8 o'clock on Saturday night, And it's me, Kevin Smith, and listeners and viewers of his movies, message board people. And Kevin's got a great little system worked out. He has figured out how to get his viewers of his films and fans to come over to his comic book shop and hand him over money.
Wow.
He's really a good poker player.
Right.
And he just gets people, hey, play poker with Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want to do that? It's a dream come true. And they don't want to leave, so they stay there all night just pulling money up. Unlimited buy-ins. That's it.
Because when are you going to get the chance to play poker with
Kevin Smith?
And he knows that.
Yeah.
So last time I got raped, and this past Saturday, I made up the money I lost last time and made more. I was like the terror of the table.
Wow.
And Kevin still won also. He won. So, in essence, we raped our fans.
Oh my God.
Completely took their money.
Yeah.
I remember one poor girl.
And you're the two rich guys.
Yeah, we're the two guys that actually have we've been blessed with a good living.
Yeah, exactly.
And she must have pulled out about $500 or $600
Just to hang out.
Just to hang out and keep playing.
That's what it's all about. If you want to hang out, you're paying $100 an hour.
At one point, I had a huge stack of chips and just a wad of cash that people were now buying my chips from me to stay in the game. So I had a wad of cash shoved behind the chips and a huge stack of chips, and I'm selling the other people the chips. Going back and forth.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I became like the house.
Are you and Kevin just kind of nodding at each other?
No, look straight down. Kevin will...
He wasn't acknowledging that you were winning just as well as he was?
Kevin Smith...
very serious.
Love the guy. Right? Love his movies. Love his directing. His acting. When you play poker with him, don't talk about any of the above. He will look down. He will look at his chips. He will look at the cards. He will play poker. He's there to play poker. As a matter of fact, Big Kev was doing his show over there at XM, and I guess Kevin Smith was supposed to call in for a little interview segment. It lasted about a minute, and it was Kevin Smith playing and just maybe saying 3 words into the phone. So he's very serious about his cards, and we wound up, we were counting out at about, I guess, 7:30 Sunday morning.
God,
it was bright light out. We're just counting out. And it's like,
I don't know how you do that.
How'd you do? I go, I made up for last time and better. He goes, yeah, I did all right here myself.
Don't you just feel like crap at that point for being up 12 hours?
You just be up so long.
You really, or up all night just playing cards, drinking, and
you make more money actually working.
Yeah. It's not like, making money hand over fist on an hourly wage that I, would normally make it. But it's the fun of playing, and it's just,
I mean, gambling's not about winning. It's about just a feeling.
Yeah.
It's just a rush of...
it's a definite, rush where you could tell where the addiction comes from, things like that.
Because if you get enough winnings to get excited, then you do something really dumb, like whatever, putting $500 on black because you're passing a roulette table.
Like, I got my stack of chips. You walk into the cashier to cash your chips, and it's like, let me just throw this chip on this number.
Yeah. And then it doesn't hit, and you go, ooh, and you feel a little drop in your stomach.
It really is
up for that.
It's really amazing. It's amazing how carefree you get with your money in a casino. Oh. You would never do that as you're just walking around Manhattan.
No. They're colorful, round little chips. They're not money.
Like you would never just take $500 and like, hey, I'll just give it to this homeless guy or something.
There's no excitement there.
I know, because
no chance he's going to pay off.
No, I understand. There's part of you thinking that you're going to, get.
He's not going to go, congratulations.
Right.
Hey, you know something? I said the 100th guy that gives me money today is going to get all the money I've collected. Wow, the homeless guy game is great. Paid off. I got the system down.
You might struggle to give a homeless guy like $2, but you have no problem throwing $500 down on black on a whim.
That's awful. Exactly.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got family members, that would be like, hey, you... couple of bucks maybe I need it for this. You're like, no. And then it's like, I dropped 10 grand down at the Borgata. Holy Jesus.
People don't. I mean, no, that 10 grand that I had, I could have done some. Like, I could have won an award for giving it to somebody. It's enough money to give.
Would have made the news. Yeah. Like, wow, Louis C.K. hands over 10 large to some, cancer kid or something. But now let me just double down. I'm making stupid bets.
Let me just waste it here.
It's gone.
All right, let's take a break. Louis C.K. in for Jimmy Norton. Jimmy's going to be back tomorrow. I guess we'll talk about the Oscars after the break. We got Britney Spears stuff that's pretty good. We got an assault on the media that happened over the weekend.
Yeah.
We have so much to do. Oh, topless American Idol chick.
More than topless, my friend.
More than topless. We'll get into that as well. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The virus is spreading. Opie and Anthony!
Okay, we're recording.
Yes. Coming this weekend to the Saturday Night Virus is the return of Uninformed with Bill Burr and Joe DeRosa. That's this Saturday, March 3rd from 9 p.m. to midnight on XM 202.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. Louis C.K. in studio today for little Jimmy Norton. So the Oscars, I guess everyone's going to be talking about that this morning.
Are they?
What a bore fest, first of all.
The worst television ever.
It really was. It's getting, these award shows are just useless at this point.
They're a very dated thing.
Didn't they used to give the big awards earlier? Some of them at least, like throw you a couple of...
Yeah, throw you a bone here and there.
It's
And
just sound editing and
foreign film.
They make you wait 3.5 hours and then they just pile them
Get
up
the biggies that
at
everyone
the
cares
end.
about.
But Ellen DeGeneres sucked.
No.
And I think she's funny for a female comic.
Yeah, she's all right.
You got to preface it by saying for a female comic.
A couple of articles written saying she was the incredible missing host. Like she was barely on. The thing didn't even need a host. You could tell how much of it I watched. I really didn't watch much.
I watched for 2 hours and I was bored.
2 hours.
Awful.
And I'm like, you know what? It's just time to go to bed.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
No, and those awards, the sound editing, really?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Those people, I've worked in movies.
Yeah.
Those people don't need an Oscar. They don't need to make a speech on national television.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, and they're the ones that get up
there. Send it to them at their house. You send it to their house.
Just mail it to them.
Yeah.
Why are they up there at the podium giving a speech? And I love them when they're really excited and they're thanking a bunch of people. And can they possibly think anyone cares?
Yeah, how creative can you get with sound editing? It's you either have it or you don't.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, what a weird coincidence that all the big movies, the big grossing movies, are the ones also getting those.
Yeah.
Like, there wasn't some little French film where somebody actually did some creative sound editing that won. It's the, Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, I bet their sound editor was amazing.
Yeah, of course.
They're just divvying up those awards.
Just to make the other movies feel good.
That's all it is.
So they invented these other awards like, all right, we'll give one for sound editing.
Yeah.
Oh, costume, all right, we'll give one for costume.
That way they could release
But we
it
have to
and put
watch it.
Oscar award winner.
Yeah,
you don't know if it's best costume.
That's all it is. But what are the odds that the Pirates of the Caribbean had there was thousands of movies this year, none of them were better at sound editing.
Yeah.
Well, I bet they just pick it out of a hat.
Yeah.
Sound editing.
Juggle it around.
Yeah, just pick it out of a hat. So in case you didn't stay up until, I think, 12:30, good old Marty Scorsese.
That's the big news everyone talking about. Martin Scorsese finally winning.
I was telling Louis during the commercial, he wins Best Picture for The Departed and Best Director for The Departed. It's like, what?
Those weren't the movies. If you wanted to give the guy an Oscar, Raging Bull, Goodfellas.
They're just throwing him a bone at this point.
Now it's obvious.
They just know that finally he's not going to make a better movie.
Now,
yeah, this is pretty much it. Yeah, he's not going to make Goodfellas. We were hoping he was going to top it before we gave him an Oscar, but now we just realized.
Now, The Departed was a really good movie, but was it better than Goodfellas? Was it better than Raging Bull? I don't think so.
No.
They're just throwing him a bone at this
Taxi
point.
Driver, things like that.
Yep.
No, sorry.
So, we're happy for him, but this should have happened years ago is what we're getting at.
Yeah.
They decided to finally give him one. Forrest Whitaker, The Last King of Scotland, Best Actor. I said he would win that.
Did they make a big deal about him being African American?
I don't know, man. His acceptance speech was at 1 in the morning. I don't know. I don't know what he said.
He talked about how much he likes acting.
Oh, really?
Is that it?
Shut up.
Did he really?
up.
He enjoyed it in Fast Times at Ridgemont
Yeah,
High.
look, all I know is you're the
calm down
football
a little
player.
bit.
It's amazing how this wandering eye crosses so many character barriers.
Yeah.
He gained 50 pounds for the role. I know that much.
Right. Yeah, that's great. That's really hard to do because you eat a lot. And that's all you have to
Honestly, he was amazing in Last King of
do.
Scotland.
He was, but still, actors, who cares? There's probably like 1,000 guys that would have done it just as well.
4 tickets for Earth, Wind, and Fire and Little Brother.
And who was saying he was sweating a lot up there? You?
Well, no, in the movie.
Oh, in the movie.
Like in the movie.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like he had the best sweating in a movie.
That was pretty great.
Best sweating in a movie award, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Forrest Whitaker.
It was Uganda.
Yeah, but, he's African. He's not supposed to sweat that much.
And then we got, thanks, you got Al Gore. We'll get into the Al Gore in a minute here. Best Actress, Dame Helen Mirren.
Dame.
Is she a dame yet?
Yeah, she's old.
She's old.
That means old.
She won for the Queen.
She's still in that sort of have sex with an old lady fantasy.
Is she?
Though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Judi Dench, you couldn't.
Dame Judi
Dench.
Get it right.
Helen Mirren, you can still
do.
You can still picture her giving you a weird authoritative look while you're doing her. You can still have that fantasy.
Ooh.
Go ahead, love.
Go ahead, love.
That's why
you're pleasuring me.
You're a sick one, man.
Doing a fine job at pleasuring me.
Like in the bathroom of the Oscars with her Oscar on the sink.
Yeah. One leg propped up.
Yeah.
That nice dress.
Go ahead now. That's what
She was, I actually watched The Queen. I was on the plane. It's one of those plane movies. And it was pretty good. Yeah. She did a good job. She actually was one of those roles where someone gives you an Oscar, but you realize you're just doing a really good impression of somebody.
Yeah.
Like they've had those before where someone goes, oh, my God, the acting. It's like you're not. Acting to me is you get a script. Here's a completely made-up person where you just have to take words and a description and bring it to life.
And now make it your own.
Now, this role is kind of, here's a real person.
Yeah.
Do a great impression of this person.
Right.
It's like
giving Rich Little an Oscar for the
for
Johnny
Richard
Carson
Nixon
story.
For his
portrayal of Richard Nixon.
Like at the beginning of the movie, she should have turned her back and went, okay, here we go.
I think this
comes the Queen.
Is what it might look like.
And then a couple of
muscles her hair up a bit and turns around. The old Frank Gorshin used to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, how annoying.
We're running out of we're running out of categories we care about. So, best actor in a supporting role, that grump Alan Arkin for Little Miss Sunshine.
Yeah.
He's a grouch.
Oh, is he a grouch?
What a lost Oscar. I mean, what a bummer. I mean, any of the other guys would have been so happy.
Right.
But he's like, who is this?
And then
you're going to win an Oscar. You don't watch out doing that impression.
Oh, yes.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
good Alan Arkin there.
The big booby monster one, best actress in a supporting role, Jennifer Hudson for Dreamgirls.
I hated her because she said, see what God can do. That's her first thing she said.
Oh, boy.
Because that's what God is doing, is giving people Oscars.
Giving Oscars
Lloyd,
out.
We talk about this all the time. The Super Bowl guy was talking about all the tornadoes in Florida, and then thank God for winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what he cares about.
Right.
How about the tornadoes?
He wants to make sure you get your Oscar.
Yeah. No, because people pray, and then they get something, and they think it worked, God.
Yeah.
So what do you say to some mother of 5 with no money and a bad leg who prays and gets nothing?
Sorry, I was busy. I had a
busy
the
getting the Oscars.
And doesn't everybody pray? So what about the 5 people or so that lost?
Yeah.
That didn't win the Oscar.
God couldn't help them.
Couldn't help them out. I can only give away one.
They don't believe in God as much as the guy that won.
Academy rules
is what I would say.
Now, I think God would override Academy rules and everyone would win, but no one would find that suspect because it's God doing it. Yeah. He could pull that Jedi mind crap on everybody. Yep. And if it was truly God, everyone would be a winner.
Yeah. All right. Wow. Animated feature. I mean, come on. Who saw this coming?
Now you're reaching.
Happy Feet. I really thought Cars was going to win that one. I mean, come on.
Jesus.
Did they have a goofy segment where an actual animated character came out on the stage? And they show the audience looking up at the monitors because there's really nothing on the stage. I love when they do that. They try to pull some wacky stuff like, all right, we're going to have an animated penguin or somebody come out on stage by the podium to do this. And they pan the audience, and they're looking up like the little kids used to at Wonderama when the camera would go on them, and they're looking up.
Yeah.
God, why aren't they looking at the stage?
And you get to find out how funny the animators are. because the character podium and does like a Sally Fields impression. Or whatever.
It's so hysterical to watch.
No, last night they had the two cars in a fake audience.
Yeah.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, they cut to the audience and the cars are in the front row, two of the cars.
Look, I didn't even see it.
But you look around and there's like bad acting.
Yeah. It was awful.
Adapted screenplay. Oh my God. The Departed again.
Yeah.
Best documentary feature. Did Al Gore actually win an Oscar last night?
Well,
for An Inconvenient Truth?
They said the name of that guy who produced it, but I guess he's one of the producers.
Davis Guggenheim.
Yes.
Oh. But Al Gore's like the face to the movie.
Yeah.
So did he get up and accept?
He got the first. Davis Guggenheim made a speech with his hand on Al Gore's shoulder, saying, "This man."
Oh, really?
Oh, one of those.
And Al Gore was standing there like, "I'm supposed to talk, you idiot. I was the vice president."
Yeah, unless you forgot. I was like the second in charge.
Yeah, for 12 years.
And believe me, first in charge was almost gone.
Yeah.
So
I was telling Louis C.K. during the break, look, I'm not a fan of Bush. I'll tell you right off the bat, but I am so glad that Al Gore is not our president.
That's what he.
Did you see him at the Oscars last night?
Just doughy faced.
He doesn't look like he's in control of his own body, his own brain, his own mind.
He's starting to look like an old lady, like kind of a wide old lady.
Right.
Oh, freaky.
He's starting to look like your if you had a retarded brother, what he would look like when he turns like 50.
He's going that route.
Years old. Yeah.
Ex-presidents are odd things because you don't really see a lot of them once they're out of office.
Yeah.
And without that visibility, the few times you do see them, so much time has gone by that you're like, what the hell? What happened to that guy?
Well, whenever you see pictures of or footage of the president in his first few days of office, they look totally because they all of their hair goes white.
Yeah, they all go like they go to the mountain and see the burning bush at some point during their presidency. Come down with a shock of white hair. I've seen God.
And you think
something that happens? They take him to a room in the basement of the White House and say, "Here's what really goes on."
All right, here's everything. Right. Oh my God, that's true. Fill him in on all the secrets.
Yeah, they tell him everything. Okay, first you have to drink some of Kennedy's blood, and we're gonna take pictures of it, so you're complicit.
Here's exactly who killed him. Here's the video of it. Yes, we had video back then.
Exactly.
We'll take a break. We'll take lunch, and then we'll show you the alien.
And then you'll eat some poor people.
Eat poor people.
Show you the alien. I
We'll
like
fly you around in the ship.
A
little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you come out and your hair's white, and you just go, die.
And here's proof there's no God. All right. Well, you got 4 years. Have fun.
Have fun with it. Just talk about the economy and make a war if you have to. Just anything.
Whatever you gotta do.
Just keep all this stuff on the QT because let me show you what happened to the last guy that said he was going to say something.
Oh, we even got video of Abraham Lincoln getting assassinated.
Yeah, we had video back then.
That was us too. Yeah. We spun that nice.
And here's John Wilkes Booth because we've figured out immortality.
Right.
Yes.
We have to keep him down here because he'd just yap.
That's a great way to look at it.
It is. And then white hair. They find out.
White hair.
They want to run for office.
Lizards running the country.
There's all this excitement. You're going to be president of the United States.
Oh,
and then they bring you down to the base.
Do you believe? Wait, you actually think that the people voted you in?
What are you, an
idiot? Okay. Yeah, come on.
All right,
Get in the elevator, you daffy bastard.
I think that's what happened to Bush. Do you remember after 9/11? First of all, he shows up the first time on camera in some weird place in Nebraska, looking like there's a guy with a gun to his head right off camera.
Right. Yep. Yeah, the hostage footage.
The next time we see him, he's crying a little, like his lip is quivering.
Yeah.
He's starting to, come unglued. Because they told him, we did this. It's just for money. We ran the planes into the buildings. It's like busting out in a restaurant for insurance.
And if I could hold this up.
Yeah.
You signed off on it.
Yeah.
See your signature at the bottom?
And then he showed up with a bandage on his head. Do you remember this? This was right after 9/11.
Yeah, I believe they removed something.
No, he had a bandage on his head, and they said the story was that he choked on a pretzel and fell over and hit his head on a coffee table. Which, if you've ever been in a writer's room or any kind of pitch room, that's a pitch. That's people going around going, okay, how did he get? Because what happened was he said, I'm telling everybody that you guys did this. I'm telling them. And Dick Cheney punched him in the face and said, shut up, you little bitch. Play along. And then they all said, okay, what happened? A pretzel.
Use the pretzel gag.
We're going to go with the pretzel.
And then Bush went to the mirror and started looking at his temples and going, it's white. Yes. I swear this was just brown hair.
Oh, that's a great way to look at it. All right, we got audio of Al Gore. He's just terrific. Just reminding us that maybe they did the right thing back in the day.
Yeah,
not that Bush is much better.
No, but thank God he stole it from that womanly, weird-looking freak.
Yeah, we were thinking that he's starting to look a little too comfortable, like he might wear a dress behind closed doors with a little lipstick, just for the hell of it.
Oh, totally.
Now, are you positive that all this hard work hasn't inspired you to make any other kind of major...
Oh, here's Al Gore with a little gag with Leo there.
Oh, yeah. Leo.
So they do what they have to do, and then he's like, are you sure you have no other big announcement? Because you're in front of about 1 billion people right now.
Are you going to run for president?
Well, there's rumors that he's going to jump in the race.
Announcement to the world here tonight.
Well, I do appreciate that, Leo, and
Leo.
I'm kind of surprised at the feelings.
I do appreciate that, Leo.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It just sounds like it's just... he's worse than gay. It's not that he's gay. Like, if he was just gay, it'd be like, all right, whatever, he's gay. But he's
gay.
Just, whoa, Leo.
He's starting to sound like he should be an extra
Why would he
in Birdcage or something.
If he was president, it would be like... Well, I'm really warning Iran. You better stop it. Seriously.
That look right into the camera.
Not okay.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Premier.
The guy's looking at what is he saying?
This is gay.
This is all. I'm getting the douche chills from this mane.
Yeah, there's something going on here.
No, if you put a wig on him, he's total. It works. Totally works.
Like one of those bad old tranny guys.
Yeah. Hi, Daddy.
An old like the old guy from the Princess of the Desert, whatever that movie was. Like you when you see a tranny without the wig, you go,
nothing
more. Tranny
pathetic.
that just has done the hormone treatment so far.
Yes, exactly.
That's
exactly.
It. Pre-op, and now he's going to start with the wig and the dress.
Tranny.
He's going to start with the wig and the dress in another month or two. He's waiting for the hormones to kind of take hold. He's like, he's in that in-between stage.
Exactly. Right, his skin is weird.
I realized.
I'm looking at him like, this guy was almost president?
I was the woman trapped in a man's body.
All right, here we go.
Leo.
That would have been the announcement.
Leo.
Well, as long as you're giving me a platform.
I hate that inside thing, too. That whole Leo. Everyone else, it's Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Everyone else, it's Charlton Heston. But then it's, it was me. It was Chuck Heston. We were out at the Sands.
Marty.
It was Marty Scorsese. Congrats to Marty Scorsese. He earned this.
The best one ever is Bob De Niro.
Movies with Bobby De Niro. Fantastic.
Oh. Even his mom calls him Robert.
I don't care. Obviously friends are friends or whatever, but in public. Could you just...
No, that makes people go, Bobby...
No, Bobby De Niro?
No,
is he related to Robert De Niro,
no, that's just
the actor?
That's just a way to make you feel like you know the guy just a little more than everybody.
I think it's a celebrity version of the name drop. You can't name drop because you are a name that is dropped.
Yes.
So it's their way of dropping a name.
Yes.
Like, we can't possibly say... Do you tell someone... When I saw Bobby De Niro up on the screen, they would turn to you and go, hey Dick... Yes. Did you just call Robert De Niro Bobby De Niro?
But yes, you're a carpenter. He's Robert to you.
Robert De Niro.
All right, let's get into Al Gore here.
Oh, yes, please.
Leo.
Well.
Imagine he just throws everyone off and goes, all right, I'm gay.
Here's the announcement. I've been living as a gay man.
I'm a post-op tranny.
Oh, no, he pulls
I'm getting a vagina put in next week. And
he pulls him a greavy.
No, and Tipper is kind of headed into guy land, too.
She's always been a little manly.
They're right there. They're crisscrossing as we speak.
Yes.
I've been living as a gay American. Stories come out of truck stops, and only it's at the airport, like Air Force 2 had to land, and he had to go to the airport bathroom.
He would have gotten away with it, though. Like, he lands Air Force 2. This is while he was vice president. I'm telling you this happened. And he would go to a truck stop and blow a guy. And then, I'm sorry. I forgot I'm on the radio. He'd go to a truck stop
and just and
he would do what you got to do. Something he oughtn't to do with a fella,
right?
And then he'd say to the guy, "Go ahead and tell them the vice president just did that." Like, like see who's going to buy it.
Could you imagine a trucker saying, the damnedest thing just happened. I pulled my Kenworth in.
I was in the I-10 and
I'm just going to do my business, and I hear. Psst, psst.
Hey, fella. And I look, and it's Vice President Al Gore.
I like that the trucker can do a good Al Gore impression.
Well, yeah, that's all he does.
Yeah.
He won an Oscar for it, I hear.
All right, here's Al talking to Leo.
I do appreciate that, Leo, and I'm kind of surprised that the feelings welling up here actually have been very convincing. And even though I honestly had not planned on doing this, I guess with 1 billion people watching, it's as good a time as any. So, my fellow Americans, I'm going to take this opportunity right here and now to formally announce my intention.
I get it.
Hey, we're funny.
The cutoff music.
We're funny.
Right before the big announcement.
What do you say, Al?
Who saw that coming?
The cutoff music. You've been talking too long. Get off the stage.
Wow, that's really funny.
That's not set up.
What do you say, Al?
I was only joking.
I was only joking. There you go.
You notice also they didn't cut off that Italian guy because it's the conductor's job to cut the dude off.
Right,
and he's
decides.
a fellow musician, so he let him talk.
Let him yap.
Italian.
Is that the guy he was speaking in Italian?
Morricone, yeah.
In front of 1 billion people. That's terrific. I hope he just said horrific things.
Like cursing?
Oh, just horrific things.
What is he saying?
I don't know. Just let him talk.
Do you know they were probably freaking out? Like in the booth, the people that dump, because they know how much trouble they get into these days. What is he saying? Find someone that speaks Italian. Yes. For Christ's sake.
This might be a little, we might be reaching on this one, but there's always been rumors about good old Ryan Seacrest. Good old Ryan.
His sexuality.
Right.
There's been rumors around there, so we pay very close attention when he does the red carpet stuff.
Yeah.
And he always has to kind of talk about girls.
Yeah.
And it's not really convincing.
No.
So, like I said, we might be reaching here, but we got a couple examples of Ryan Seacrest talking to girls on the red carpet here.
It's awkward.
It's let me know what you think.
Last time I saw American Idol, he kept bringing up Christina Aguilera's name because he just wants people to think that he's into her.
And it's such an easy out, Christina Aguilera, because she is universally hot.
Yeah, who's going to say she's not hot?
That's when, like, you could go back a few years and it was, Raquel Welch.
Yeah, exactly.
Raquel Welch was like, Raquel Welch. Gina Lola Brigida. Boy, is she hot. All right, Rock Hudson, we get it. She's hot.
He really wants to say that Melissa Etheridge is hot. Yeah. All right, here it is.
Okay, bye-bye. Oh, man, I mean, it's like hottie after hottie.
The guys don't say hottie after hottie.
Hottie after hottie. But Brad Pitt just walked by. It's just...
Real guys...
Are we on?
Real guys don't say hottie after hottie.
Hottie after hottie.
Have you ever used the word hottie?
Not
Boy,
hottie.
She's a hottie.
She is a hottie.
Once you say piece of A,
I really liked her boobies.
Guys like
hottie,
those, right?
Yeah. Hottie after hottie.
Hottie
like I said, we might be
hottie.
reaching, but I don't know.
So what?
Okay, bye-bye.
So let's accuse him.
I mean, it's like hottie after hottie.
Good.
The guys, Tav and Seth, and the guys here on the E stands under the camera are salivating. Oh, here comes Jessica Biel now.
Salivating. That's what we...
Salivating.
That's what we say when we see a really hot chick. We go, aren't you salivating?
They're fabulous. All these girls are fabulous.
I'm just salivating.
And then he mentions all the people that were salivating, but he didn't mention himself.
And then he ends with, "Ooh, here comes Jessica Biel."
Jessica Biel,
like,
another complete hottie.
Obviously, he's not gay because every guy, even gay guys, think Jessica Biel's hot. I mean, come on.
Jesus.
Jessica Biel could be like the hottest chick in Hollywood right now.
Right.
Jesus. Too manly, you're thinking, Van? Yeah. You don't like her? In that goddamn Blade 3? She looked real good in that.
Yeah, not in general. Just last night, she kind of looked like a lumberjack.
Did she? Didn't see. Okay. Because she looked really good in that stupid Chainsaw Massacre movie.
It's that neck-to-shoulder muscle that's just...
You have a problem with the neck-to-shoulder muscle?
Linebacker.
It's a little too built up.
Yeah.
But here it is. Here it is again. At the end here.
Salivating. Oh, here comes Jessica Biel now. Okay.
Oh, here comes Jessica Biel now.
Oh, who else can I...
All right, here. We got another example here.
Anne Hathaway, Devil Wears Prada. So good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay, I shouldn't admit this, but I saw the movie and I cried tonight.
You cried?
You cried? You faggot?
Right?
The actor
cried? Yeah, the actor's like, you cried?
It's a dopey movie, I mean.
I'm ashamed of that movie, you fag.
She goes,
Jesus.
she can't even help herself. You cried?
Did you cry semen into somebody else's face?
Oh, yeah. Wow, that neck to shoulder muscle thing is just bothering me.
Yeah, you know what, Dan? I'm
That's
with you on that
awful.
one.
Dan,
Look at a nude picture of Jessica
looking
Biel.
at a naked picture of her just barely covering up.
I'm with you now, Dan.
That's amazing that E-Rock got naked pictures from last night, because I was talking about last night.
You mean she's been working on her trap since these pictures?
Yeah, maybe she's working the wrong muscles in the gym.
All right, let's listen to Ryan.
I saw the movie and I cried tonight.
You cried?
Oh, she's laughing at me. I actually did. You know, when you come and you stand up to Meryl Streep.
Oh, well, it's good to know that you're in touch with your inner emotions.
I know. I thought, job well done, I guess is what I should say. Maybe I should have just said, you really nailed it.
Thank you very, very much.
Oh, boy.
Somebody should throw him in the garbage.
And she didn't even say you came in touch with your inner woman or inner femininity or something, your inner self. What did she say? It was like, she said it wrong.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be your inner, wussy.
Yeah.
Your inner fag.
Let's go to Michigan. Eric, what's up?
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
Did you guys catch Ryan Seacrest's Freudian slip last night? He was on the red carpet, and he's asking all these actresses, who are you wearing, who are you wearing? Everybody kept saying Vera Wang. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he goes, man, there's all kinds of Wang here. It's just a big Wang party.
I did hear that.
A Wang party.
Maybe Sam can get that clip as well. All right, thank you, sir. We got Louis C.K. in today. We got to take a quick break. We got a few more examples of Ryan trying to sound, in my opinion, that he likes girls.
Yeah. Well, you're not reaching. It's a rumor that he's gay, like there's a rumor that he exists. I mean,
is that a picture from last night? All right, I got to go with Than on this.
Now you're with Than?
I got to go with Than. That is a weird looking. I think it's the cut of the dress. If I could be.
No, know what happens? These girls.
She lost too much weight.
No, these girls, they get trainers, and it's like, girls like lifting weights a little bit is all right, but then when they get cut like that,
dress,
it's just an awful look.
There's too much exposed there. Like from the shoulder down, she looks like a Terminator arm.
And
I would still.
She looks a little thin, too.
Stop it. Yeah, and a little too thin. The bone, a little bony up top there.
And her boobies are set.
And her neck.
So, you know what? She's
all right, she's out of the loop now.
She's a mess. Let's find a new hottie.
I got to go back to, what's her name?
She had her day.
I would
from
still
the island.
be very happy to see her.
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah.
I'm not trading her in for a Scarlett Johansson.
Know who looked unbelievable? Reese Witherspoon.
Really?
She was looking dumpy and stuff, had a couple kids. The husband who,
you know what?
There's rumors about him. Mm-hmm. So they're getting a divorce. They're separated. Next thing you know, she got her body back in shape.
She looks pretty good.
Show a picture of Reese.
She had that dark eye makeup, and so she looked kind of like 80s Coke Horry.
Oh, doing that whole number?
In a good way, yeah.
There was you hear there was a...
Hey, look, look at what she's looking like these days.
That's all right.
She hasn't looked this good in years.
No.
Did you hear there was a stabbing at one of the parties?
Really?
Last night, and it was Reese.
Reese's husband?
No, Reese.
Ex-husband?
No, right there.
Reese Witherspoon?
No, with a knife.
Oh my God! Are you still playing poker?
It's one of the worst jokes I've ever heard.
Oh, that you heard?
It is one of the worst.
Who told you that one?
Joe.
Go!
Oh my God!
No!
Oh my! I'll tell you something. How did that not go in?
I was only joking.
That's an awful joke, but use it. Feel free.
We have to punch a girl now. You made us punch a girl.
Size 14.
Yes, that deserves a tasering.
All right, let's get out of here for a little bit. We got lots to do today. We got to get into the nudie pics of that fine contestant on American Idol.
Our next American Idol, by the way, I'm predicting she goes all the way.
She already did go all the way.
I was only joking.
Dan's disgusted with me this morning.
I say you
he should be.
I say you do bad jokes for the rest of the morning.
Bad pun jokes all day.
If they kick her...
I have a bad joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you put a hair pie to cool it off?
Where?
On the vagisil.
Okay.
I was only joking.
Oh, my God. If American Idol kicks this broad off, they are the stupidest TV show on TV.
Yeah.
Watch their ratings if they don't kick this girl off. We'll get into the whole controversy in a little bit. We got to get. There's so much to do. Let's step aside for a bit. Opie and Anthony.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
It's Pest Radio. For the pests, by the pests, and like the pests. Mostly stupid. Coming in 2007. Details on opieandanthony.com.
Good morning. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. In a little while, we're going to be talking very dirty. We're going to talk about the American Idol contestant that's nude all over the place on the internet, doing things that I don't think American Idol are going to be happy about.
No, they probably won't be, but...
And we'll tell you where to find the pictures and the videos and all that stuff. So
good egg.
What are you guys looking at, by the way?
We were looking at Pal Talk. Apparently, your girl's asleep. They're just laying in bed. And then Lisa Ann gave a little flash. It's always nice. Thank you.
Great way to start the morning.
Yeah, why not?
We got the Wang clip from Ryan Seacrest. So we're going to finish up on this and we'll move on to other things. But I don't know. We like to listen very closely to what Ryan says and does on the red carpet.
Oh, yes.
Because we've been hearing things. We've been hearing things over the years. This is him talking about Wangs.
Who made your dress?
Vera Wang.
Oh, okay. Lots of Wang. Lots of Vera Wang.
Lots of Wang going by.
I was going to say, it's a Wang party. There's a lot of Wang here.
How many Wangs have been by?
A couple of Wangs so far.
Oh, really?
Maybe the second Wang.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Just die.
Guy can't do no wrong, though. He's like, he's everywhere. Guy is everywhere.
I seriously think the cure for AIDS was him dying of it. Because once AIDS gets him, it'll be like, my work is done.
My work here is done.
Yes. All right, now I'll allow you to figure out how to cure this dumb thing.
What the hell is that? We get it, the Wang joke.
All right, well, here is some more audio from the red carpet last night.
Just getting started here on the red carpet, Juliana. Now you're up on the other end. If I look this way, yes, I see the back of you.
Do you see the back of me?
I see the back of you.
How's it look, Ryan?
Your back is fantastic. I love the shoulder blades.
Thank you.
Those are great blades.
Great blades.
I think she probably meant, like, my ass.
Yeah.
How's the ass look?
Well.
And,
oh, that's right. That's where fellas like to put it.
Guys like to look at the blades or use the blade. How is that done with a girl?
What do they do?
When it comes to a girl,
there's no hair on it. Ew.
When it comes to a girl, though, where do the blades rate? Like,
as far as breast man, leg man, ass man.
Some guys are
blade men.
Some guys are into the boobies. Then you got your ass men. And then maybe some nice abs, some nice legs, nice face.
Blades.
Where's blades?
That's not really part of the...
No, it's part of the whole picture. You want a girl to have them. Yeah. You don't want a bladeless girl.
She would look pretty...
That would look a little sick.
All slumped back.
All no blades. You also don't want a girl so fat that you don't notice her blades.
I think blades are as important as elbows.
Elbows. You don't want a girl that doesn't have them.
You want to have the elbows, but you're not going to look and go, wow, nice elbows.
I like my car to have lug nuts.
Sure.
But it's something you don't go, I'm not going to buy that car because its lug nuts aren't very attractive.
No.
But you kind of want them.
But she's trying to show off her body, and he's like, nice blades.
Blades.
Yeah.
Ugh.
He's trying so hard now, too, and failing miserably. He should have just shut up about it. Like, everyone's speculating, is he gay? And the more he talks, the more he's just burying himself.
This piece of garbage.
Well, the only girl he talked dame he talked hot to was Helen Mirren.
Well, that's that whole mother thing.
Can we gossip about Helen Mirren for a second? I mean, this woman, she plays such prim and proper roles in her films, but I think there's a darker side to her. I think that there's a little bit of... Is there a dirty side to Helen? I mean, dare I say that?
A dirty side?
Yeah, I think that there may be a little bit of a dirty side to Helen.
Who's he talking to?
A dirty side.
Fellow homosexual.
So he's wondering if there's a dirty side to the old broad.
Yeah.
Yet he's just talking about shoulder blades and...
Yeah. And finally, before we move on,
I think she's been a very attractive lady for some time, and I think she attracts a lot of men, and she certainly attracted me. It was a very odd feeling playing scenes opposite the Queen when you kind of go in, she's sexy.
She's a bit naughty.
Yeah, she's got a wicked sense of humor, and she's really mischievous, and...
That's another word that guys don't really use that much, is naughty.
Yeah, naughty.
Naughty.
Yeah.
Unless you're into maybe a little role-playing or something.
Yeah. Naughty.
Yes,
just
naughty.
A little naughty.
Boy.
You dirty old suka. You filthy.
Who's been a naughty boy? Help me, brothers.
There you go.
That's our Oscar coverage.
Pretty much.
Go screw.
The 2 hours I watched, I tried to stay up. They just showed Ellen DeGeneres on TV. I guess she was vacuuming.
Was that a bit?
In between awards.
It was very clever.
That's
as if the host would vacuum.
Why would the host have to? And was she making big, huge celebrities move their feet? Like,
yes.
Did you move? Was that the bit?
Oh yeah, of course
I didn't
that's
say
the
it.
bit.
But
Penelope moved that dress, and Penelope Cruz had just not won.
Yeah, I'm sure she wanted to be part of this
a bit.
Now you're just some person in my way as I vacuum the carpet.
Yeah.
All right, let's
yeah, well, Ellen is used to munching it. She might as well vacuum it. Sorry, carpet joke.
She was very disappointing. I thought she would do a really good job.
Yeah,
I was very happy when they said Billy Crystal wasn't going to do it for the 80th time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I don't think.
Well, I would have loved.
Pulled it off.
I would have loved to have just seen Billy Crystal do his "Can you dig it? I knew that you could" black character.
Oh God, that
from
was the
a
worst
Katrina
thing.
victim thing.
That's the worst thing anybody ever did.
It is so awful. I'd rather he just go up in blackface and do an old Jolson song than do that old black guy character that he does. I'm going to do a one-man play, and I'm thinking of, I'm going to do the black guy.
I personally like when he does this sideways run across the stage and sings about all the movies around.
It's genius.
It's unbelievable how he works all the movies into that song.
Here he goes. Here he is. Imagine this, if you would.
Can you dig that? I knew that you could.
I can't look at you. I know.
He did it on Comic Relief when I was on the show.
Yes, he did. Yes.
And I'm waiting to go on the show, and it's a live show, and he's up there forever, burning down the audience. I'm just watching, going, stop, because it's destroying my whole night. I'm like,
of course it is.
I've been like running during the day, training to get ready. I want this to be a great set. And he's every minute he's halving the audience watching.
Jimmy said backstage was just people staring at the monitors and kind of looking at each other like, what is he doing? And why is it going on this long?
Explain for the people that might not have watched the show. He was doing an old blues guy.
He does this character that he's done forever. It's the old blues guy, and whether it's the jazz artist or the old boxer character, it's an old black stereotype.
He makes his lips big.
Yeah. Squints his eyes.
Yeah. And he says, I'm black, and I'm...
Yeah, and then talks about hardship and how it's just made me a better person.
Oh, God.
Oh, and it's awful. And he's done this over the years, and he did it at Comic Relief because it was for Katrina, and talked about how he was a horn player, and just went on and
washed
on.
The old club away where we had so many bourbons and
so many memories. Yeah, but we'll bring it back because this city knows how to bring it all back together.
Can you dig that? I knew that you could.
And when he said, "Can you dig that?" no one said anything.
No. And it
he was hoping there would be like a woo, so he goes, "I knew that you could." So he just said, "I knew that you could," to nothing.
It should have been a 5-minute bit and went on for
at most
20 to 30 minutes easy, right?
Oh, boo!
And you're sitting backstage, and now you got to follow that. As a comedian, that's a tough thing, huh?
And the audience is going, "Die, Jew!" They're like literally turning anti-Semitic because of the performance. Heil Hitler, you suck.
All kinds of Holocaust revision going on in the audience. I don't even think that.
You think he's at the point in his career where he just feels like he doesn't have to work hard anymore? He just thinks just showing up and being on stage is a privilege for everybody.
Yep.
Being Billy Crystal is enough.
Yep.
Bill Crystal.
I'm sure that he showed up at the show and said, I'm going to do this, and everybody, all the younger folks that work there, like, how do we tell them that this is awful?
We can't.
And he rehearsed it every day. And
yeah,
they all
had to get up
the rehearsal
there
and go, how do we tell them not to do this?
Let's all just try today. We'll all look at our watch a lot, and maybe he'll catch on. No, he didn't catch on.
We got Bill in New York. Bill, go ahead. You're on the Opie and Anthony show.
Bill.
What's up, Bill?
Hey, buddies.
Hey.
I called in under false pretenses. I've been up all
Hang up right now. Hang up right now. Bill.
Come on, no.
No, because you've called in under false pretenses, and it's never as good as what you call in on. I don't care. Don't want to hear it.
It says, how can you
All
say
right,
Billy
what?
Crystal isn't funny?
What?
There's the
What?
reason you didn't tell the screener.
No, listen.
Exactly. If it was funny or entertaining, you could have told the screener and he'd have put you through.
I will promise I will be entertaining.
Liar, liar, pants ablaze.
Go ahead, Bill.
For the next 10 minutes, I will be entertaining or 3-car kiss.
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
What's he going to do? Hi, I'm on the radio.
What's up, Bill?
I don't care about Billy Crystal. He's a douchebag. Let me be fourth mic for 10 minutes.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
You waste of life. Let me be fourth mic for 10 minutes.
To do what?
God, I hate that guy. Who's screening?
Ah, boy.
One demerit. You get one demerit.
You only get 2 before they have to fire you. So.
Shut up.
Good luck to you. American Idol. We got a dirty, dirty girl.
I love a little sexual scandal.
And, of course, this show is so important. If they find out anything about your past, they got to get rid of you.
God forbid they find out you were a human being. God forbid you're a 20-year-old girl.
Of being a woman.
Yeah.
Is to
do what we're looking at this morning.
Do things with penises.
Now, everyone that is going to judge this woman.
You either have a penis or you do things with one.
That's the rules.
So why are we supposed to pretend?
That's pretty much it.
Well, it's coming out that Antonella Barba, she's the one from New Jersey.
Very hot.
If you remember the audition, she auditioned with her best friend. And her best friend got kicked out, and she made it all the way. She's the
all the way, right?
And my girlfriend, she's one of those. She's like, oh my God, I love her, and she loves me.
She's fantastic. We pose topless together.
Nah,
she's a brunette with brown eyes.
I'm tired of like fat people winning this thing. Like, woo! It's like a Girls Gone Wild chick.
Yeah, there she is.
There she is. So she's the brunette with the brown eyes, and she's an awful singer. She should have got kicked off last week.
Her hotness has been keeping her in.
But her hotness is keeping her in.
And now I say these pictures should keep her in.
Yeah. They're going to get rid of her.
Well, that's because that's the point. Her hotness keeps her in because everybody has themselves a time while they watch.
You know something?
So why not? Why does this make it better? It's the whole reason she's in it.
Let her
stay. Because you want her to blow your bum.
Here's the reason.
I hate this.
Why everybody is a hypocrite involved in this stupid show. Everyone thinks this chick is hot. What she's doing in these photographs, everyone thinks is really hot.
It's really hot.
But they're going to make this judgment that she's got to be kicked out because of what she's doing.
Yeah. Well, they kicked out,
and they all think it's hot. Just don't even.
They kicked out somebody for getting caught for smoking pot. So
yeah.
So this girl has no shot of continuing.
She's acting
but she's not doing anything illegal.
No.
Where's Steve?
Illegal.
What do we know about these pictures?
It's great.
And there are even like...
Isn't it amazing that that's not illegal when you think about it?
It should be.
It should be illegal.
They're studying her birthmarks.
Smoking pot and saying curses on the radio is illegal. It should be illegal to do that to a guy.
Wow.
And let him do that on your face. That should so be illegal. It's amazing that that's perfectly within the letter of the law.
Do it as you must.
By the way, they're trying to claim that the girl in these pictures is not the girl, but now they're studying her birthmarks.
It is so her. She's got a small little mark above her eyebrow and another one on her jawbone, and they show her smiling in one of the American Idol type pictures, I guess. And then they show her performing, not on stage at American Idol, performing in a bedroom, and they circled the same marks that she has on that left side of her face.
She's singing into a flesh microphone.
Yes, she is.
Yes. This should be part of the competition.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that shot.
Oh, hey, wow.
With those big doe eyes. Look at her.
There's something you should see every day.
That's a fine how do you do.
So, Steve, what do we know?
The hand on the back of her head. Some disgusting guy. Look at that belly.
Oh, I know. What a mess.
God, the guys that women do that to.
What do we know about these pictures, Steve?
We got drunk at spring break or something.
Yeah.
They surfaced a few days ago. Again, like Ant said, there's some debate as to whether or not the girl in the photo that E-Rock is displaying.
It's so her.
Somebody could have added those moles to her face on the dirty pictures.
That's the debate. So they're looking at other features that that might be
There's no
able to
debate here.
distinguish.
Stop it.
Why wouldn't it be? Like, there's more evidence that it,
I know,
that it would
what are
be.
the odds that some woman trying to get on American Idol ever did that to a fella?
Always got to be a conspiracy theory to everything. Someone's putting the birthmarks on her with Photoshop and then leaking that picture out. No, there's only one thing leaking, and she seems to be taking care of it.
Yes. One of the rumors is that it's a friend of hers who she auditioned with, who's angry that she made it and the friend didn't, so the friend leaked the pictures.
But this girl is a dirty girl, obviously. I thought it was one or two pictures that maybe a boyfriend snuck in the middle of this thing, but there's a ton of nude pictures online that people could check out.
She's got some modeling type pictures.
Yeah, she's got some modeling pictures. I found a profile online where she's actually interested in doing some nude modeling. So,
and then she's got some pictures with her and her friends. That's really a hot picture, a little recreation of what was that, American Beauty?
That was, by the way, that was like your Ryan Seacrest. This movie was written by a gay guy.
Yeah, and that's what they want to see.
That's what he thinks guys fantasize about when they see a blonde cheerleader. Oh, yeah, when I'm getting off to a blonde cheerleader, I picture rose petals falling on her breath.
Rose petals.
Covering all the dirty parts.
Get rid of the goddamn rose petals. I want to see her without any rose petals on her.
That's what I picture. That's my dirty thought.
It's just to cover up the smell. It's awful girly.
You need some potpourri there, girlfriend.
Yeah, potpourri. They poured potpourri on her.
So where can we see these pictures for the people out there, Steve?
What convenient location can people go to?
Ooh, in today's links on opieandanthony.com and foundermusic.com, all very easy to find.
Till the C&D comes. Thank you.
Exactly.
And the X-rated pictures, where do they come from? Were they up on a website for a while?
They're up on a few websites, actually. I'm sure they'll get yanked down.
Yeah. Imagine there was a moment in her life where she was doing that to that fella drunkenly, that she would have never thought people all over the world were going to be blowing up the side of her face and circling moles
and questioning the authenticity of these.
So what do you think happens to her? They kick her off?
They got to get rid of her.
They got to get rid of her.
But she's not. I don't understand it.
It's too.
She's allowed to do that.
Yeah, but not on American Idol. There's some kind of thing. I think the contracts they signed for that. And I'm sure there's some kind of morality clause where that's oh my God, that's horrible. Oh, what is she doing?
It's America's TV show. You can't.
That's an American Idol right there.
Yeah,
that's a good girl. Wow.
That's probably how she got on American Idol. That's probably.
God, Louie, I didn't even notice the hand on the back of her head. That's a classic shot right there.
Look at this slob.
Go ahead.
That is a classic shot. Good one.
All right. We'll find out more, I'm sure.
I think
as the day goes on.
Now, what happens? I'm not even sure when the goddamn show is on anymore.
It'll be on, I don't know, tomorrow.
Now, she was really bad.
Awful.
Are they going to wait until America throws her? Hope like they throw her off?
No. They already voted people off. They already voted off 2 girls, 2 guys. She was the worst by far, but because she's so hot, she's getting votes.
Yeah, all the girls that stayed were bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they were all just cute white girls. It's just this sorority thing.
Yeah.
Sorority chicks are winning with awful voices.
Here's a taste of what Antonella Barba did last week on American Idol.
Let's listen.
Just picture nude pictures, topless pictures, panty shots, rose petals covering the naughty parts. Her doing what she does well, much better than her singing.
Let's hear if she's any good.
I could spend my life in this sweet surrender.
See, that would feel good if she was doing that. Warble.
Yeah.
That warble with some Altoids mixed in.
Oh.
It sounds like she's got that hand on the back of her head right now. Wait a minute. Too fast.
like a country version. Done badly.
She's getting lost in the song.
Yeah, and she's like losing the notes.
The worst part is whenever anybody sings rock and roll, they make up a fake accent. Like, I don't want to miss a babe.
Yeah, they got to be all
don't talk like that. I just want to. Nobody says I. They say I just want to. What? You don't talk like that, you smelly whore.
People are saying these are private photos that leaked onto the net. So it wasn't like these were up and she was like exploiting herself in this way.
So that's why
it was some douchebag old boyfriend,
either an old boyfriend or
a friend or one of her friends, whatever.
So somebody can ruin your life by proving you ever did that.
Yeah,
that's why they shouldn't be. She should be able to sue them for throwing her off if they do.
You know what though?
But
she
didn't make money
but
doing
they
that.
keep her on the show. She wins hands down.
Oh, come on. Hands down on the back of her head.
Hands down, she wins the whole thing if they keep her on. I'm telling you.
They should absolutely keep her on, because now every week she would be up there, and I'd have her up there, and then my computer with those pictures right next to it.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is legitimate people that you know have done something wrong with their mouths.
Yeah. Fantastic.
That's the formula.
And here's a statement. It said, isn't it that your best friends or the ones that come forward with information that are the ones that come forward with information that will go to Smoking Gun or put your photographs on the web? The show's executive producer, Nigel Lithgow, told Entertainment Weekly magazine.
Oh.
So they have a little sympathy toward her, but we'll see what happens.
What do you want? A girl that, can cook?
Yeah.
Is that what you want?
Yeah.
It's like, wow, we found out this girl's hobby is cooking. Look at her. And here's some pictures on a website of her actually baking. Wow. That's what you want a 20-year-old girl doing. Right there, that picture. Yeah. That's it.
That's every 20-year-old girl's duty in America.
Right. That's what you want her doing. That's America. That's an American girl right there. Hi.
Just do that until your face becomes undesirable.
Till your cheeks cave in like you just saw the Ark of the Covenant open.
And then take cooking lessons at 30.
Yeah. There's plenty of time for all that crap.
Exactly. Right. You've only got a few years after you become legal where that's fun to do to your face.
Yeah.
Not right.
Where you look up and guys want to snap photos of it.
Yeah.
Who's taking the pictures if this guy is using one hand to
I think he's
hold
got
her
that.
head?
He's doing that digital camera. Hold it a little
hold it out a little far.
Arm.
You know how people take pictures of you and them, and they don't have a friend.
I think
so. Like, hold still.
Yeah, by the bounce of that flash, I'm saying it's the guy taking them. He's got one hand on her head and the other hand with the camera.
I forgot we have a photo expert.
He held it pretty steady. It's pretty nice.
It's with a flash. Not hard. It's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
Louis C.K. helping us out today. Louis, you promoting anything?
Well, I'm in Philly this weekend, but it's sold out. So
where?
At the Helium.
Yeah, that's a great show.
All sold out.
Not Philly, don't bother.
At the Improv in Tempe, set the third week of this month.
Very cool.
And then Boston last week of the month.
Boston, where?
Yeah, Boston at the Connection.
At Bill's place?
Hall. Yeah.
Bill Blumenreich.
That's right.
All right, it's the Opie and Anthony show.
It's the Opie and Anthony show. The virus is spreading. Opie and Anthony.
We're back with the Opie and Anthony show. The ONA virus spreading across America. Our phone number, 1-866-313-FREE. I just found out some good news, Anthony.
Yes.
We're getting the ONA Travel and Virus comedy tour together.
Yep.
We got a wish list of comedians we want on the show. And Louis C.K. is joining us for a bunch of the dates.
Yeah.
That is very, very cool. Shaping up to be a fine tour this summer.
Not only for on-stage, but for off-stage antics. I think that'll be fun.
There will be antics.
Yeah. Antics will abound.
You'll be divorced by the end of the tour.
Yep.
Maybe I should say that.
Go ahead, man.
All right. Hey, we got some audio in front of us of Big A and Twitchell's.
Yeah.
Now, this side of the radio show, they're just starting to understand who Big A and Twitchell's are. Mm-hmm. They came in on Friday and they did the news for us. Twitchell's has really, really bad Tourette's.
Yeah, real bad. He's twitching all the time, and he can't talk without going. Yeah.
Yeah. He's
some of his sound effects he makes.
Right. And Big A has a, you can't even say it's a stuttering problem. It's like more of a stammering.
It's not. It's a speech impediment.
It's a speech impediment.
For
that's
people.
him. No,
he comes to the Comedy Cellar a lot. And
you made it sound like it's a nice thing. He drives a cab in the Bronx.
Yeah, that's right.
With no
gypsy cab,
with
right?
no protection between him and the savages he's driving around.
He just goes. His thing is like going, and then he can't say ST words.
Yeah. No, he comes to the Comedy Cellar and sits at the comedian booth sometimes, which is, he's a big fella, and he sort of takes up a lot of space.
Yeah.
And he sits there and he says, it's good to see, it's good to see it. Like, he just keeps saying nice, polite things.
So your special is really good.
And you go, thank you.
Thanks,
man.
Yeah,
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Making people wait for your welcome.
Stop. Okay, we get it.
Well, they'll be in.
Your welcome is already too deep into the conversation.
Yeah, all right.
Even without the stammer.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah.
I think they're going to be in on Thursday to do the news.
Wait, don't go away yet, because you're welcome.
Okay. It's a good thing I sort of kept my face pointed towards you for one more second.
Because I didn't think I was welcome.
Yeah.
It just gets uncomfortable because you got something to do. It's supposed to be a quick, hey, I saw it. It was great. All right, well, go downstairs and do your set.
Yes. I have to pretend to read this.
Yeah. But they'll be back here. What's up, Ed?
I don't know. They were showing a casino, and they're showing, like, cards coming out of a shoe. And I'm just, as far as I'm concerned, they're talking about diseases. I don't know what they're talking about, but it would be coincidental
if
they started talking about the disease that is spreading casinos since we started the show with that.
Strom Thurmond's parents owned
Reverend Al Sharpton's grandparents. Oh, is that a fantastic story?
He's shocked. Well, why?
Why are you shocked? First of all, if there's
somebody owned them,
and if there's anyone that I thought their family owned slaves, it's Strom Thurmond.
Yeah.
Right up till the 60s, I think.
Yeah,
and
they just sold their last guy like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And what does the Reverend Al think? His family came over here like Eddie Murphy and living in America, or whatever that was.
It's
how they
coming to America. That was it.
How are they figuring this out?
They're going through. Well, now that Strom Thurmond's dead. First of all, I guess he freed Al Sharpton in his will.
Ain't that something? Finally.
Nice of him.
Finally. Al was having to go over there every day and just dust and vacuum.
Yes.
By the way,
it's really humiliating, but...
By the way, you ADD twins, we'll get into the Big A and Twitchell's thing a little later.
Right.
We were sorry. We took 10 minutes to set something up and F it.
Oh, damn.
We'll get back to that in a
maybe we should
bit.
just go to that then, and we'll talk about Reverend Al later.
I don't care. I'm just... we were just setting something else
We'll do the Reverend Al stuff later. We got to get to it, though.
I'm just trying to keep you focused, because I know you saw the two-legged dog, too, and you might have a comment about that.
Yeah, disgusting is all I have to say. Put it to sleep, for God's sake.
Well, there's a video of a two-legged dog at an airport. Now, it's the two back legs, so the dog has to walk like a human for his whole life.
Well, that's all he has.
If he only had the two front legs, they would have put him to sleep.
I've seen that, though.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen dogs
you ever seen when they put the wheels on the back?
Yeah, they put wheels on the back.
That's why it works better that way than this dog was standing straight up, and it's got to be tiring. Just put the dog out of its misery.
Dogs don't want to do that.
They don't want to do that.
Naturally, they don't want to do that. They'll only do it for doggy treats.
All right, but back to this. So, focus. Big A and Twitchell's are coming in Thursday to do the news. They were in Friday. And they've been regulars on our show for a while now. And now we're hearing things.
Yeah.
And we don't mind if you do another radio show.
We give you total freedom to go on whatever show you want. There may be a consequence or two to these actions, but you have total freedom. I mean, Big A's been going on the Ron and Fez show. Ron and Fez can be heard here in New York on this very station. 6 p.m.
Also on XM.
Yeah, and on XM. And, sometimes Big A, he used to, I guess, hang out after our show. And then he's kind of an intriguing character. So it's kind of like almost impossible to not want to bring him on and say something. But then we noticed Big A's like showing up after our show and going to exclusively on the Ron and Fez show.
Not only is he going on another radio show, he's changing his whole character to be cool.
As like cool guy. Now we have him for what he is. He's a stammering ass. A big fat stammering ass. And all of a sudden Ron Bennington turns him into Fonzie.
Hey, do we have the audio where we broke him down, where we made him say Big A how it's supposed to be said?
Yeah, we did some kind of a Kunta Kinte Toby thing with him. We decided to go that route and beat him into submission.
So on Friday's show, we beat the hell out of Big A. We had to beat him back down to reality because on Ron and Fez, they've made him this cool, like Fonzie-type character where his name is even cool. It's like Big A.
Yeah. They go, hey, look who it is. It's Big A. And they emphasize the A.
Like he walks in and everyone's like, hey, Big A.
The audience applause. He has to stop to deliver his line, but he does it anyway because he's a stammering idiot.
And on...
Thank you.
And on our show, he's Big A.
Right.
He's just Big A.
Where he says his name and he has to look down at the floor as he's saying it.
It's like, all right, Big A's coming in, not Big A.
Not Big A.
So we had to kind of describe that
we made him,
there are two different schools here.
And we made him a radio star. He was just a listener on the sidewalk one day, checking out one of our things we were doing that day, and he just so happened to be put on the phone by Danny, and we're like, whoa,
he's a mess.
This kid's got something, and we made him a radio star, but now he's trying to change his character and be the cool guy in Ron and Fez.
No, that ain't
So we noticed it's kind of like school, and in this Opie and Anthony school, he's the guy we throw stuff at.
Sure.
And make fun of, and he sits at the table with the rest of the dorks. And then at the Ron and Fez school, he's like the table where everyone wants to hang out with him. Yeah. And they're all like, hey, can I sit next to you, Big A? And he's like, yeah, sit down too. Hey, because
he went from sitting at the front of the bus to the back of the bus.
Yeah, back of the bus with the cool kids smoking. You know, he was at the front of the bus so he could rat out people that were throwing things at the back of his head to the driver.
Or try to, but you don't know really.
But why did he come? The only question is, why did he come back here? Because if he went from a place where people abuse him and belittle him,
right,
to a place where people like him, that's fine.
See,
I actually think that makes sense. But to come back, he thought he could transfer the coolness.
Right. He thought, I'm cool.
You guys would say, like, we've been hearing you on Ron and Fez, and
you're
had
cool.
You all wrong.
You're so cool. Just come on in and be Big A. But no.
No.
He's back again, and we had to beat him because we kept asking him, what's your name?
Yeah.
And he'd be like, Big A. And it's like, no, it's not.
And the clip I got that we're going to replay here is brutal. But it's not the clip where we finally broke him back down.
No.
They're getting that, hopefully, for later on today.
Is this where we were whipping him?
Well, this is the one where we got close to 10 guys to pick up paddles, sticks, and whips.
Yeah, they were using those martial arts.
Seriously?
Yes.
Martial arts bamboo sticks.
Oh, my God.
And then there was this big bastard sword, it's called, that was made of wood that you practice, like, sword fighting with.
Oh, my God.
For some reason. And then one of those other... like bamboo sticks, or big long ones that you'll whack each other with if you're a martial artist.
Jesus.
Yeah. And we had about 10 guys, I guess, just wailing on him, beating him back into the show.
Yeah. So, but you can do whatever radio show you want.
Oh, we never said you can't.
That's right.
Of course. Feel free.
Here's the audio in case you missed it. Big A getting beat by paddles, sticks, and whips. All right, here we go. Big A, you say go.
Go.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, wow, and they're beating him. Oh, he's down. He's down on the floor.
Keep beating him.
They're still beating him. Oh, my God, is he down? Oh, God, they're beating the crap out of him. Holy Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're still hitting him. He's on the ground. He's in so much pain.
I'm Big A.
They're poking his belly.
I'm Big A.
What's your name?
I'm Big A.
All right. I think he's had enough. I think he's had quite enough.
Oh, they won't stop.
Wow. Oh, now they're throwing things at his face.
Big A.
Big A. He got beat back into the Opie and Anthony show.
All right, very good.
It was so reminding me of Private Pile getting hit with the bars of soap.
Yeah.
It's just to go to sleep. It's just a bad dream, fat boy.
He had whip marks on his back.
Ow. Ow.
Oh. And the best part, he fell down and we're like, we got him where we need him now.
Yeah, was there anybody that everybody said, you hit him too, like in that movie, like...
Yeah.
Do it!
Come on, do it. No, everyone wanted to hit him. There was not one person who even had a second thought.
No.
As a matter of fact, we had a ground rule where his kind of tap out was going to be to hit the ground and roll up into the fetal position.
Yeah.
And then the people would have 5 seconds left to keep beating him.
Oh, sure.
So it was kind of like...
You want to beat a fetus.
It was kind of funny to say, all right, when he falls down, and you'd think when he falls down, stop. When he falls down... That's your 5-second mark.
Yeah.
And they took that to about 15 seconds.
Yeah, they had a lot of fun.
Because Big A fell down immediately.
All right. And then Twitchell's wasn't safe either on Friday there. We learned some things about him. He did a comedy tour for Howard's show.
Yeah. He's just a comedy whore.
And he's doing radio shows all over the place.
Yeah.
Not telling us about it.
Being sneaky.
And, we got spies, and they called Twitchell's out as well. So we decided he needed to be beat
in.
And his punishment was a bare-bottom spanking.
It was so homoerotic.
A bare-bottom spanking.
He was to hold on to the console, which put him in a slightly bent-over position.
Sure.
Pull down his pants, and a big fraternity-like hazing paddle.
Oh, awesome.
Which we got from the fine folks at Rockstar Games for the game Bully that came out. Big, heavy, bit of wood.
Cricket bat.
Yeah, cricket bat.
Yeah, sure.
And that was used, and one really big whack was delivered by Danny. And man, did
But you can do whatever you want.
scream.
You can do whatever radio show
we
you
got
want.
no problem. We never said we had a problem.
Sure.
We don't. People do shows all the time. We have no problem.
That's right. This is how it went down with Twitchell's to beat him back into the show. Listen to the noise he makes.
2.
Is that his
Huh?
Is that him anticipating that?
Yeah. He's freaking out. He's scared. For about 5 minutes before this, he wouldn't shut up, and he's breathing heavy. It's like, I can't believe it. Come on, get it over with. And we're stretching it out. And Danny's behind him, doing we said, well, you know how Evel Knievel used to go up the ramp and then back down?
Look it over
Danny, you got to do a couple of those. Wind up and swing like you're going to hit him. And he flinched every time, even beyond his normal Tourette's twitching.
Sure.
Oh.
Here we go. Quiet. Everyone quiet. Here it comes.
Ready? 1.
Okay.
2.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
He's down. Twitchell's is down.
Now. That was like an Iraqi beheading thing. That's what that sounded like.
Well, the video's up on opieandanthony.com. The Big A getting beat by a bunch of sticks and paddles and whips. And then you got the Twitchell's getting one really, really hard paddle.
The Twitchell's beating. And he wound up breaking skin.
Yeah.
It was a big blood.
Watch.
Oh, that's pretty hard.
Yeah, he whacked him. There was a big blood blister.
Oh my God,
on his cheek.
That's awful.
He's on the floor rolling and holding.
That's how bad he wants to be on the radio?
Yeah.
Jesus, man. I would retire from comedy if they told me I had to do that. I have 22 years invested in this business.
Yeah.
If somebody told me that I'm going to hit you like that, I'd be like, no, I could teach.
I'm leaving.
I got stuff I could do.
Figure something. I'm a mechanic.
Yeah.
Other guys get to be on our show because they're funny.
Other guys just because they're willing to take that.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no real in between.
No, that's his value.
Yeah.
That's what value he has.
That's right.
Is that he's willing to do that.
That's about it.
While parading his condition to America.
While exploiting his condition.
Hey, we got some hot new news on Britney Spears after the break.
Can't be.
Really hot stuff was going on with her. You know the guy she was married to for like 2 hours or whatever it was?
Jason Alexander.
Yeah,
I'm sure Jason Alexander, the actor, just loved hearing that when they first. Britney Spears is married to Jason Alexander. Oh, no.
Oh, she went right back to that guy?
Here's the Big A beating.
Oh, yeah, we got video.
We got the video of the Big A beating, which is on Opie and Anthony.
They're poking him with sticks and just beating him. Some into it a little more than others.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
Like some people didn't want to hurt him, others really wanted him hurt.
Some were keeping it radio fun, and others were getting some aggression out.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Big A. He's being poked with a sword. With a little hobbit sword.
Oh, God. And he's still, talking into the mic. And he's at no point,
Well,
yeah.
Hopefully we got the audio of him just getting beat until he says Big A the right way. Brandon from Cleveland, what's up?
Yeah, before Twitchell's got hit, you remember the riveting radio that was 45 minutes of Jenga.
No, sir. It was not 45 minutes of Jenga.
It was an hour.
It was an hour of Jenga. We figured Tourette's Jenga would be great.
Yeah.
We'd have Danny, who just has the shakes because he drinks too much.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Twitchels, who can't stay still. He's got Tourette's. He's always twitching. And we'll set up the Jenga and have him play Jenga. How long could it possibly
I honestly thought it couldn't go more than 5 minutes. There's no way.
It was an hour.
And then we got pot committed. You're pot committed. You got to stay in and see how it ends. Yeah. And finally, that twitching ass tipped it over, but it was, you know.
Oh, yeah, because we were giving him an out. I forgot, Louis C.K. If he won Jenga, we weren't going to hit him.
Oh, okay.
So we were going to give him an out, and he lost the Jenga game. That video's up on opieandanthony.com as well. So.
Yeah.
All right. I forgot about that, Brandon. Thank you.
Punching out.
All right. We got to take a break? Okay. There was something I wanted to mention, but now I can't remember.
Was it a tease? Were you going to be a tease?
Something cool. Well, we talked about the Britney, but something else. We'll figure it out. It's the Opie and Anthony Show with Louis C.K. today.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
We're back with the Opie and Anthony Show. The O&A virus spreading across America. A lot of girls flashing on the Pal Talk cameras this morning, huh, Anthony?
Oh, yeah.
Loving it.
Yep, we got a few girls flashing. Map of Hawaii's on, of course. She was supposed to do the Sexy Estate for us over there on the other side, over at XM, where her and her boyfriend have sex right there on the camera.
What happened?
I don't know. I don't know.
No one knows anything.
No one. I'm not hearing things.
They said they were going to do it. What happened, Steve? You know?
But everything's fine because she's flashing and she's completely fine.
Very excellent.
There's no problem there.
I think the day she was supposed to do it, she got sick, and they just haven't rescheduled yet.
She had to call in sick.
That one, really?
Called in sick to getting screwed?
They called in sick.
Happen.
Weird.
How does that happen?
I should have called in sick today.
Oh, man.
Oh, it wasn't that type of sick. I'm reading now. She had her friend.
Oh.
Her friend. What are you, 1955?
No. Oh, my, I tell you something. How did that not go in?
Well, that's exactly how.
Well,
who has a problem with that?
What she had?
Who cares?
Blood coming out of her vagina, so therefore.
Well, Louis, that's going to make the
really.
Well,
you've been doing
but
so
that's
well.
what happens.
Thanks, XM people.
Yeah,
but
just
that's
because
what
you've been doing so well too, Louis. Jesus.
Just because it's something that happens doesn't mean we can say it. What are you, crazy? That would be reasonable. Of course we can't say it just because it happened.
And I've been sitting here all morning going, man, he's been under control today.
Louis,
but that's a non-sexual occurrence in a woman's body.
Why don't you go down to Washington and tell the FCC that? They'll tell you differently.
If you want, could you please just graphically describe someone being killed in a horrific way? Because that's allowed.
That totally.
But the second you mention a real basic biological function of womankind,
that happens to every woman,
that happens to every woman,
which is quite innocent in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, that then, you know.
I mean, she's unclean. She's a,
unclean one.
Hey,
there's no problem with that, though. She still should have done it. I like when it looks like maybe CSI should visit afterwards.
Yeah, that's the thing. Natural lubrication.
Everything's fine.
God, you're nuts.
That too? Do you
watching
think
the dump sheet?
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. All right, before we move on, we got the audio Big A where we made him say Big A the right way. And you want to give the 30-second setup because some douche out there's like, I didn't hear the show Friday, so this doesn't make sense to me.
Big A went on.
It makes sense if we explain it to you
I didn't hear it either, and it made sense to me.
Thank you, Louis.
Yeah. Big A went on Ron and Fez, which is fine. We allow everybody to go on any show they want. But he became the cool character. He was trying to change his character.
Yeah.
And he's Big A over there, like Fonzie.
We invented him.
Yeah.
He had no life before
He's just Big A.
Right.
A muttering mess of a man.
Considering suicide before every night at that time.
You know it. You know he just looks at that shotgun and his big toe and wonders if it could fit in the trigger guard.
Maybe I should.
Maybe I should.
Do it
Maybe
tomorrow.
I should. maybe I should. Oh, I'll wait for tomorrow. Can't even say it.
It's the only thing that has prevented him from doing it, I guess.
Yeah. So he went over there, and that's fine, but he became a new guy. And then he thought he was the cool Big A, which is what they call him over there. Yeah. Big A. So we had to kind of teach him Kunta Kinte Toby style.
Yeah.
What his real name was. Big A.
So what you're about to hear is Big A getting whipped.
He's being whipped.
You could barely hear the whip, but you could hear the reactions.
Yeah.
As the clip goes on, you start hearing the whip because we gotta beat it out of him.
I had to step it up a little on him. Yep.
Here's Big A from Friday.
Who are you?
Big A. Oh.
Who are you?
Big A.
What's your name?
Big A.
A little harder. Yeah. What's your name?
What's your name?
Big A.
You say it like that again, you're just going to keep getting beat. What's your name?
Big A.
It's adorable, isn't he?
What's your name?
Big A.
God, look at the pride he's got. The pride. We're going to have to hobble him.
He's running out of steam. We're going to
hobble him. So we can't run off to other shows.
Who are you on the Opie and Anthony show? We ask you again.
On Indiana Jones, that mother.
Big A. With your leather jacket on.
Yeah.
Opie and Anthony, you're...
Big A.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
Big A.
He's been broken. He's been broken. Good boy.
God, the sound of the whip hitting the back of his members only like leather jacket.
Oh, no. We made him take that off. It was just very thin.
I think the layer of hair might have helped.
Probably.
Yeah, it looked like he was wearing a sweater when his shirt was
out.
Hey, we got Marge checking in from the little shelter.
Oh, Marge checks in from time to time. She runs the little shelter over there in Suffolk County and always has some kind of problem with an animal and looks to us for some kind of support.
Shelter?
Yeah, she's trying to save every dog and cat out there.
She's trying to save. We just say, blue liquid.
Hey, Marge.
Sleep.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Hi, Marge. What's the problem today? The snow collapse your roof?
What's up, you old bag?
Don't laugh. The cattery, the whole roof is leaking. But look,
I knew it. There's always a problem.
There's always a problem at the little shelter.
The shelter itself should be put to sleep.
Yeah.
You have the worst shelter ever. It's the Auschwitz of shelters for animals.
Can I tell you something? We are the best shelter in the whole world. We take animals that no other shelter will. But I've called you because I would like to invite you to be my guest on Wednesday. That's next Wednesday night.
I'm busy.
7th of March at Oheka Castle. We are having our yearly gala to raise money for the animals. It's Monte Carlo night. And you can and you can play poker and you can play 21
and there's just dog hair all over everything.
What do you say, guys? I want to tell you.
She wants to spread more diseases.
Yeah. I'm going to be there. It would mean so much.
Diseases. How did I get distemper?
Come on.
From this poker chip.
Marge, I hate dogs. I'm allergic to animals. You know that by now.
That's not the point. Think about
it certainly is the point.
Think what you'll be doing to help the animals.
Marge,
all you have to do is stay.
But if he doesn't like animals, that's the whole point. Is that he doesn't?
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
You have to care.
Less animals, less sneezing for the Opster.
Do you know that animals play such an important role
in what?
In what? Really? In what? All I know is the bee has to pollinate stuff, or else we all die. Any other animals can be put to death.
Like, I have a dog, and I love my dog, but the point of animals is that we eat them. That's the whole.
That's pretty much the point.
But I do love my dog.
We have a program called Healing Hearts, and it tells how
a leaking roof.
People are to
Your roof is leaking.
The roof
I can't donate my money to a shelter that can't even keep their roof from leaking.
Leaky roof.
You would think they would take care of that.
In the cattery, cats hate water.
No.
In the cattery?
Cattery.
Oh,
That's what you said, a cattery. It's the cat room.
Give these little guys a chance.
No.
Marge,
to live in a leaky roof building.
I'm begging you.
Marge, don't beg. You know what I did? You know what I did recently?
What?
I now own a cat.
Oh, God bless you.
You know what I did, though?
What?
I bought him for a lot of money.
Oh, come on.
I didn't adopt one of those mangy messes that come from a shelter.
Why would you want to adopt someone else's problem?
I don't want that mess. I wanted a cute little kitten, too. I didn't want a full-grown mess.
I want a brand new one just made.
I want a cute little big far-headed kitten.
I don't want some dog with a problem because the past owner was beating the hell out of it with a newspaper.
Do you have any idea how many of your listeners love animals? People go, the FedEx driver, UPS driver, come to Little Shelter to make a delivery and say, "Is Marge here because she's doing?"
Hopefully, it's a gas delivery.
I think all dogs.
Hopefully, it's a vat of blue liquid.
I've got your Zyklon B here.
Oh my God!
Would you like to sign for it?
That's what.
Pfizer is here with some.
Do you know what it would
screws right into the roof of the cattery?
How would you feel if I called you and said to you both, Opie and Anthony, you are responsible for helping us raise money to keep and care for animals that would have been put to sleep in shelters all across the New York area?
Here's what. Okay, I think that all dogs and cats, first of all, that exist should be neutered.
Oh, we are very much.
Oh, yeah, listen. All right. Yes,
I think Marge should be neutered.
I think.
We are.
I don't think that I think we should let all those species die, so there's no more dogs and cats.
So spay, neuter to the point where they can't even procreate.
I think every single one of them should be sprayed and neutered, and they should die out. Yes, because
that's not going to be when the breeders are breeding design.
I know, and the breeders also. The breeders, their dogs should also be. All pets should be annihilated because
back to wild animals.
Well, because they as a species, we're not taking care of them. Like most dogs and cats.
True.
Are living in crappy
squalor,
squalor with a leaky roof. So we are like God's kid. Let me finish what I'm saying. We're like God's kid, and we didn't take care of our pets, so they should be taken away from us.
We're failing.
Yeah.
Dog is God spelt backwards. Yeah. So they're the opposite of God.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
So instead of worshiping them, we should cook them and eat them.
When you come home after you've been on the air and you've had all kinds of problems, and you come home in the afternoon or in the night, what one thing is there to greet you at the door and try to make you feel better about
my beautiful girlfriend?
No, that's not the same thing.
And eventually some lovely
kids. Better.
No, because an animal will be there with you through thick and thin. They won't care if you have a penny to your name. They won't care if you're not feeling
And
well.
You're right, Marge, because I don't know how many times I've had to hit my girlfriend for clawing up the side of my couch.
And Marge, don't make us say it again. In the end, the animals don't care about you because when you, Marge, die and there's no family around for about a week or two, they're going to
eat your body.
They're going to be eating your ankles until someone discovers your dead, rotting body.
They find you half-eaten.
We have had instances of animals that have stayed on guard when their owners have fallen or done something.
Where are they going to go? Drive the car to the hospital?
Yeah, Marge.
Where are the keys?
Marge, that's the nice story. We've also heard the other one that happened out in your area of the old lady where the dog was eating the old lady because she died and the dog got hungry.
Dogs get hungry.
You can't even think about those ridiculous things. I mean,
ridiculous?
How ridiculous is that?
The woman's family didn't think it was ridiculous. They couldn't have an open casket because Fido ate her face.
Right. Dogs gotta eat.
Dog gotta eat.
Dog gotta eat.
Now, what you're saying is totally ridiculous.
Okay.
Please think about it this way. A dog, a cat, is a person's best friend. They don't care if you have morning breath.
Never lent me money.
They don't care about anything
best
except
friend. My ass never drove me to the airport.
100% unconditional.
The crazy thing is she's been on the air for 5 minutes, hasn't given a phone number, hasn't given anybody any
Nothing, just talking about some gala she wants us to attend.
Wait, there's no way for all this exposure and no actual
All right, so we got
way.
If I could.
Hold on, Marge. So it's Monte Carlo night next Wednesday?
Well, you can probably just tell from the www that it's a website.
Sure.
http://
www.dogeatsowner.com.
What you're saying's ridiculous. No, it happens.
Yeah, it bothers me when people say you should are grossed out by Koreans eating dogs.
Yeah.
So what? It's just a different colored cow. I mean, who cares?
It's a smaller version
Yeah.
of a cow. It's meat.
Yeah.
It is the same molecular makeup.
There's no reason not to eat it.
Yeah, why? We decided patting them on the head and rubbing them under the chin is better than eating them.
Yeah.
And so be it.
If I was on an airplane crash situation in the Andes, I would eat my best friend. I wouldn't care.
Who's going first? Let's say you got your dog. Your best friend is your dog. The plane goes down. You're freezing. You're starving.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? Forage around, or do you look at that dog and go, "That is absolutely where I'm going"?
Yeah, I'm going to cut him open, put my hands in his belly for warmth,
warm up a little. Well, yeah, well, Han Solo style.
You know that would be rough to. You know that would be rough to keep down, though. I've always thought about that, but
that's all how you prepare it.
Yeah, exactly.
You make it with a nice gravy.
Great. You got to marinate a dog.
Yeah,
you know you're
sitting at the crash site, just going, "No, it has to marinate, guys. I know you're hungry."
You know, you're sitting there eating, swallowing, puking, eating, swallowing, puking.
How many days go
just
by?
hoping you can keep some of it down so you have energy to survive.
How many days go by?
Or a person?
The plane crash.
Person, dog, I don't care.
Plane crashes.
You're not cooking it up.
What do you do? Like right when it crashes, you just realize you're amazed you're alive. Everyone gets together. You get the supplies. You see what you got. How much time has to go by before you go, "We're eating your dog"? We're eating your dog. Is it a couple of days? Does one guy start eyeballing it before another?
You go at least 3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days, and that's it?
Easily.
Yeah.
I'm thinking longer before you start thinking of the dog.
You start eating the dog before you run out of the actual airplane food. It's like, I'd rather eat the dog than that chicken.
There's still a chicken and one of those salads with chicken on it.
I'm eating the dog.
I'm having the dog. Cook up the dog.
Hey, let's go to Dave in Pennsylvania.
Excuse me, only first class passengers are eating the dog.
Right.
Yeah.
Dave, what's up?
Hey, my dad's a police officer, and he's been called several times to, like, old Granny's house or whatever, and she's dead. And got dogs or cats. And when you're alive, they're loyal. But when you're dead, you're lunch.
Yeah, you're food after a while.
Look, I love my dog. I think if you have a dog, it's great. But you do have to be realistic. It's an animal that actually is pretending to care about you.
Yeah, it's an animal through all kind of years and years. It's been kind of taught, and now it's got this kind of inbred instinct that you will feed them.
Yeah,
that's it.
And they fear you. That's the only.
Yeah, they fear you. You're the alpha, and that's the whole thing of feeding them, rubbing them, and then disciplining them.
Yeah,
is the same thing they used to do in wild packs, only differently. It was the licking, and the bringing of the food, the eating first.
I still like to get on top of my dog and bite her ear.
I do. Shows who's boss.
Yeah.
Hey, let's say hi to Dennis in Philly, listening on WYSP. What's up, Dennis?
Ooh. What's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Happy birthday, Louie.
Hey.
And did you say you bought a little kitten?
A kitten with 2 D's, apparently.
What did you name this poor little thing?
Yeah, this guy's convinced that you named it something gay.
It's Adolf.
Are you serious?
Teasing, of course. What I call. I named it Jean Benet.
What's the name of your cat?
My little cat's name is Jack Jack.
Jack?
He's little Jack Jack.
Why Jack?
Because that's what my girlfriend named him.
Jack.
Little Jack Jack.
Aww.
He runs around the house and plays with his little cat toys. He's got little catnip cat toys. He's got more toys than a child because, again, my girlfriend decided to just load up on cat toys. So now as we are trying to go to sleep, the cat will jump up with that crazed cat face and this catnip mouse in its mouth looking to play at like 12:30, 1 in the morning. And I got to get up pretty early for this show. So the foot just goes under the belly and I go, foosh, and just watch the flying cat show. Little Jack Jack.
All right. Hey, you guys started with the Sharpton thing. Here's the story a lot of people are talking about today. I think it's on the front page of the paper today here in New York.
I think it's important, way beyond the Sharpton family or the Thurman family. I think it's important for America.
Working with newly obtained records from Ancestry.com, Daily News writer Austin Fenner found evidence that Reverend Sharpton's great-grandfather, Coleman Sharpton Sr., was a slave owned by Alexander Sharpton, who in the practice at that time gave his slave his last name.
So wait a minute. So some guy, this is where this came from. Some
Newsday guy.
Some Newsday guy was thinking about Al Sharpton and thinking, oh, that dude, somebody owned that.
Someone owned his,
I want to find out who owned them.
Who owned them?
Some guy.
That's great.
Went down that line of thinking. So now is this going to open up so who owned Denzel Washington?
Exactly. You watch now. That's what's going to happen.
That's the new thing.
There's going to be reparation lawsuits, I bet. There will absolutely. Now, Reverend Al is going to sue Strom Thurmond's family.
Shouldn't he? I mean, shouldn't he?
For ownership or whatever. For some kind of psychological
I still believe, though,
damage.
If they want to get reparations, then they should have to be slaves again.
Again,
I still think if we're gonna pay them,
it's an awful lot of money they're asking for.
For the slavery.
Well, something in return.
Then we should still be getting the slavery.
Right.
The point is we're paying them. The point of reparations is to pay them to be slaves.
Right.
So they should go back to being
slaves, and then you get paid.
Yeah.
It's almost like a real job, only it's called something horrific.
This next clip, Sharpton is shocked at the news.
Is he? Coleman worked to pay off the debts of 4 children. Their mother, Julia Thurman Sharpton, was Strom Thurmond's first cousin twice removed.
I couldn't describe the emotions that I've had over the last 2 or 3 days thinking about this.
A niece of Strom Thurmond said she'd speak with Sharpton at his request. She also said if you trace back many native South Carolinians today, you'd find that most owned slaves back then.
Yeah.
Reverend Sharpton says he's not sure if he'll be contacting Strom Thurmond's relatives. He says this is all so new for him, he's taking it one day at a time.
Oh, man. This is opening up a new thing.
Big can of worms. If Reverend Al was so into this, though, I think every black person should probably have done this research himself. Don't you think Reverend Al, being so into civil rights, would have wanted to look back into his own history when Roots came out? It was a big thing for black people to look into their lineage and see how far back they could trace it. You'd think Reverend Al would have known this already if he was owned by someone so famous.
The families that owned these people, couldn't they sue to still own them on some level?
Yeah, wait a minute now.
It's like Roe v. Wade apparently could get overturned any day. Couldn't the Emancipation Proclamation?
Right.
Couldn't there be a landmark case that overturns emancipation?
It's like, look, we freed them, but I can't find the paperwork.
Or actually, we didn't free them.
It was some guy came over. We actually wanted to keep them. Now
he better stay out of South Carolina.
I gotta keep low. I'm outraged that I can't go to North Carolina, South Carolina. I am outraged to find out I was a slave, which is ridiculous because I look in the mirror every day and I'm still black.
Well, everybody in this country's forgetting the slavery. People always say, oh, come on, it was 400 years ago. It was 100 years ago.
Yeah.
It was not long ago.
The last ones that were let go, it was not that long ago, relatively speaking. Oh, oops. That's right, you didn't use the K, which is the worst letter in that word.
Yes, it is.
He's all warmed up now.
Al, get ready. Al, you ready?
Lucky Louis. Lucky Louis. Louis C.K. is all warmed up now.
Yeah, Reverend Al, though, is outraged. He should have done the research himself, and now it opens up, he's going to sue.
No, but that's what everybody thinks that slavery was something that happened 500. People literally use those numbers. It was 400 years ago. And they were Martians that landed and took and owned slaves and then left.
Yeah.
No, it's everybody now. It's the same people.
But that was just business as usual, too.
And it was but see, I don't buy that. People that say when people try to defend Thomas Jefferson and all those guys that owned slaves, and say, well, that's just what people did. I don't know. If you were alive during slavery and you weren't actually putting your life into trying to stop it, you were a piece of garbage human being. I mean, it was just because I own people and hit them.
I think there was people and hit them.
I own them, hit them, and raped them. But hey, my neighbors did it. No, it's an awful thing, and the rest of the world wasn't doing it.
There was something Jim Norton didn't quite understand. We had a discussion about slavery a few days ago, and I think there was a point in human existence where the first Europeans, or maybe not even Europeans, I don't know, just first peoples went over to a very primitive part of Africa, saw some type of animals or creatures that resembled human beings, but in no way acted like them, and thought, hey, I see they can work. They can probably be trained like the ox or this or that or the other thing.
I don't know that that's true.
I don't either.
No, it's
I'm
not
speculating.
True.
You don't
It's
think
not.
so long ago when they
because
first said that they weren't considered people?
No, because Africa was civilized long before Europe was. The whites of Europe came late to the game.
I don't buy that either. I've heard Farrakhan talk about how there were, where are any of these artifacts of this great African civilization?
Where are the big
and I'm
buildings?
not talking North Africa.
Where are the big buildings?
I'm not talking North Africa. I'm talking South African, the jungles of South Africa.
We got a live one.
And Middle Africa.
Amanda, what's up?
Ooh.
Okay, you guys tell your little jokes. Sometimes it's funny.
Yeah.
This isn't funny.
Are you the one that called a few months ago?
Maybe.
Yeah, you are. Why are you? Wait a minute.
What's the matter? We're just having a discussion.
Hold on. Hold on. Just to set everyone, get everyone on board here. Amanda called up a few months ago.
Could you not use those words?
Absolutely hated us. Why are you still listening to the show, Amanda?
You know what? You guys aren't funny. You guys are racist.
But why do you continue to listen?
What's racist about what we're saying?
You're saying that maybe black people should be owned again, like it's a joke.
Well, that was a joke.
Like it's a
you
joke.
just explained it.
Yeah.
We're saying black people should be owned again like it's a joke.
Like it's a joke.
You guys are racist. You guys hide behind your laughter.
No.
Okay, keep laughing.
Stop. Look, I'm hiding. She can't see me.
All right, hold on. I got to hide a little more.
I'm wearing my laugh camouflage.
Oh, my God. The whole audience is hiding. Oh, my God. Oh, we're all racist. Oh.
Amanda, what did we say? What did we say that is so bad?
Say you're racist.
What?
You think it's funny?
Yeah, we think it's funny.
It is funny.
I think it's funny that...
it's very funny.
Yeah, Reverend Al didn't do a little research beforehand.
No, that's not what you were joking about.
What is...
Everything we were joking about was funny.
Oh, you were saying
that
black people should be slaves again.
Yes, we were.
If they get reparations, I'm sure Louis C.K. is going to run for some type of office on the platform of bringing back slavery. Here I am again hiding behind the laughter.
If you did some research, you'd find out that you had some great-great-great-great-grandmother that was a slave.
Listen,
I would still find that joke funny.
Wiggle.
I would still find that joke funny.
Yeah, would you?
Yes, I would, even though you said it with a side tone.
I'm
just funny.
And I'm just amazed that you're still listening to the show.
Yeah. You like us, Amanda.
I listen to it because I'm amazed that you're allowed to speak this bull.
You're a self-hating black woman.
Oh, of course I am.
She's one of these crazy
who has to listen to us and get outraged. I used to do the same thing with a station in here in New York. It was called WLIB. It was a black-owned station. They would get on every day and just talk about how white people were the devil, and how we should, and they'd have guests on that would just freely speak about how white people should be exterminated from the face of the earth.
You were amazed that this was happening in America.
I listened every day, and it used to outrage me. And Amanda, it used to outrage me, but I couldn't stop listening.
This is a comedy-based entertainment show. Also.
Yeah. This is comedy. That was serious, and I was, but I was compelled to listen every day.
Amanda, we're just a bunch of dopes trying to make people laugh on their way to work. That's it.
How many black people do you guys know?
Patricia
O'Neill does our show on a regular basis.
That's got nothing to do with anything, you nitwit.
What? Yeah.
You use the N-word, nitwit.
Nitwit. Shut up.
No, you shut up. You guys.
You shut up.
Let's get into that argument now.
No, you should.
Nah.
It's clearly you that should shut up.
Just admit it. You're racist.
Who owned you, Amanda? Do you know what family owned you?
Excuse me?
Did you do any research and figure out what family owned you?
I don't need to know what family. I'm not from America.
It doesn't matter.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Where are you from?
Own you.
Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from?
Where are you from? Then why are you so angry? You're not even an African American.
Yeah, where are you from?
Oh, so only African Americans can be.
Yes! Only they could be pissed off at slavery here in America, you dummy.
You really?
Yes.
You dummy. If you actually believe that, you're the biggest.
So you're saying every black person can be mad at this?
Every black person.
Oh, stop it.
One. It's not.
Why don't you get mad at the black people that are hacking each other apart and defer or some other uncivilized crap hole in Africa? Why aren't you mad at that?
How do you know what I do?
Well, because you call up and you lambast us for having fun.
Disgusting
Leave us alone. We gave you an Oscar last night. What else do you want?
Gave you a couple.
We gave you a couple.
We gave you
Oscars
Best
last
Actor.
night. What else do you want from us?
Whitey gave you Best Actor.
We gave you Best Actor and Best Supporting Actress. What else do you want from us, Amanda?
That's thing you're racist. Live with it.
Okay.
Even if we were racist, who cares?
You're racist. There, I showed her.
Oh, she hung up.
Damn it.
That's the same chick, man. She called us 2-3 months ago. I'm thinking
I like her. She got spunk.
I was thinking that was the last day she would ever listen to the show, but she's still there.
I got a little jungle fever with Amanda.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
She's got the wild afro.
And Amanda
showing her blackness.
Yeah. Angela Davis afro.
Yeah.
She's all mad, black power and all over the place.
So
is she
boring.
angry?
So boring. That people think you can't talk about something.
Yeah.
That if you mention something, you must be defiling it or saying something
Just
bad
talking about it.
All right, just shut up, boring. What kind of radio show would she listen to? Somebody just going, well, apparently this one. But does she want us to sit here and go, isn't it good that all people are, what do people want to listen to?
Right.
Apparently, this show.
All right, listen, we got to take a break. When we get back,
dump in your own face.
When we get back, we're going to do a little vacuuming, and we're going to mop up a little bit. We'll talk about the latest on Britney Spears, and we'll do a little, what did we learn on the Opie and Anthony show today?
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Go! You're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. Amanda got the phones just rocking. Our phone number, 1-866-313-FREE. That's 1-866-313-FREE. Let's say hi to James in Texas. What do you think James in Texas is going to say?
I sympathize with him, man.
Yeah.
James, what do you got? James!
What's up?
Oh, my God, I did the big setup, and you're supposed to be there, like, bam, 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 this is what I got to say.
Oh?
James!
Oh, my God, he doesn't even understand he's on the air.
He's asleep.
James, are you retarded?
Hey, that Amanda chick? That chick's a bitch.
Oh, you really, man.
You guys see
really brought something new to the table there, buddy.
She's a waste of person.
Did you see the big setup, the big energy? I threw a lot of energy at this guy.
Really badly played by him.
Holy crap.
Guy, it was a sucky caller.
Let's go to Kevin. Kevin, you're on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
There you go. Listen, Kevin's right into his phone call.
Yeah.
This is what we need.
That guy was from Texas. It takes him a little longer to register. But, hey, I'm right with you guys. Listen, hey, keep doing what you're doing. Amanda's upset. Okay, and the thing is what you guys are talking about, black people joke about it all the time. And that's the thing. As long as it's funny, it's all good. And as far as the reparations, let me tell you who that's going to affect. The people that made a lot of money off slavery, when people find out that they were once owned by them, they can cash in.
You think that's when someone's going to cash in?
Here's the thing is that America has to face the past that they got. We owned each other. And women only been voting for 80 years or something. It's like,
we're still a young country.
Like when you look at a black guy, if you see a black guy with white hair on his temples, that guy actually lived in America when it was legal to not let him drink at a water fountain. Like, that's what people don't understand. Like, people are like, hey, that's in the past.
There's still people walking around.
Every black guy above, 40 remembers that there was that Congress made it legal to make him feel like a piece of garbage. And this just happened. And if you're not old enough to remember that as a black guy, you were raised by people that remember that.
Yeah.
So we expect black people to be so sweet.
It'll start to be in the past when the last one dies off.
Yes.
The last black guy,
the last black guy
girl.
who was ever hurt by
you're advocating the killing of the old black people.
Yeah, because otherwise
we'll never forget.
Well, yeah, because we got to move on.
We got to move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you saying that like a joke?
The thing I hate about that woman, though, is that you pointed out something important, that she's identifying with people that she's got nothing to do with. No, just I'm Mexican, Irish, and my family's only been here, so nobody in my family owns slaves. White people band together in a horse crap way, too. It's not...
Yeah.
White doesn't mean anything.
I don't even think Amanda's black. I think she's probably some liberal white chick who's like, you guys are wrong because you're talking about slavery.
No, we're experts. We know she's black by her voice. We can tell.
Yeah.
We're really good at that. We've been doing this long enough to know.
Better qualifications than me. I don't know.
Louis brought up a great point, though, that we're kind of like white people lump all black people in one category.
Yeah.
Oh, all criminals or all this. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But some black people, apparently, like Amanda, will lump every white person into the category of that's how all white people think.
Exactly.
And that's how all white people act. And no, there's only a few of us.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin.
Keep doing what you're doing, guys.
All right, right on. Let's go to Derek in Jersey. Derek, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Okay, first of all, I'm a schwoogie.
Schwoogie! Do you play the schwoogie game?
And Amanda,
I
first of all, I know she's still listening.
Yeah.
If you're going to call up and represent the black race, change your name to like Tanika Shabazz. Amanda is such the whitest name.
I know. She needs a black militant name.
Yeah, if you're gonna go that route, please, change your name, Amanda. But Amanda, stop being so uptight. I love you guys. I've been listening to you guys since WNEW days, man. You're the funniest things out there. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Derek.
Thanks, the minute that you're judging somebody who's being funny for what they're saying, you should just die in a hole.
That's nice. A subtle. Is that no warnings or anything?
No,
just right off the bat. It's like, why am I dying in this hole? Oh, that's right. I kind of got a little serious at the guy's laughter. And
hey, someone's got a theory on Amanda. Nasser? Nasser?
Yeah.
Nasser? What?
What's up, man?
What's your name?
Hey, Nasir, y'all can call me Nas. We had the same issue last time when y'all did.
Nas.
What's up, Nas?
What's going on, boys?
Hey, man.
I remember this guy. You're from Newark.
Yes, sir.
Right on. What's up?
No, loving the show like always, fellas. Listen, that girl, I guarantee you, she's half white and half black. She's a mongrel, mulatto.
Maybe she's half and half, can't deal with it, something like that. Well, that would be speculating, yes, indeed.
Why do you think she's half white?
Because I think that's her way. That's her showing her guilt. Like, that's her guilt coming through. Like, she feel like she got to represent her black side more.
Yeah. She's got to really pump out the black.
It's a theory.
We interrupt this program to bring you the ozone midget.
We'd love to stay on this subject, but there's a midget sighting.
What? Who saw this coming?
Not me.
Chris in West Palm Beach, what's up?
Hello.
Oh, boy.
There he is.
Hey,
What's
Chris,
up, Chris?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
I just flew into West Palm International from visiting my dad. I saw a midget. You know how the suitcases have rollers on it?
Yes.
And this is the medium-sized suitcase, not even the big one. And this guy was holding and they have the handles that telescope up.
Yes.
He was holding the actual handle sewed to the suitcase. And all I could think of was man.
So, you usually have to telescope the handle, and then you pull it behind you. He was just holding the regular, strap handle that's on every suitcase and rolling it. That telescoping handle, completely unnecessary for him.
When are we going to be able to buy midgets as pets?
Yeah.
When are we going to be able to do that?
Well,
it is 2007, after all.
You're a racist as far as midgets are concerned.
Yeah.
What is that, a joke?
What else was...
You're really advocating buying midgets?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I think it could be kind of fun.
I just want to make sure it's known that you're not joking.
No, I'm not joking.
Okay.
I ran not going for a laugh there whatsoever.
Not hiding.
Lord knows I barely get a laugh on this show. I thought Dad might get a chuckle. Chris, what else was the little fella doing at the airport?
Oh, no, he was a Chinese midget, though.
Oh,
a little Asian midget,
though.
That's nice. Hey,
okay.
Though.
All right, Chris.
Asterisk midget. Chinese.
Anything else?
No, but on that racist part, what about all the white slaves in other countries?
It doesn't matter. They want to stay there.
Overall, as a race, we're doing a lot better.
And the white slaves, we know they were called Jews. It was always just the Jewish people that were enslaved.
Badger Wolf from Wisconsin. What's up?
Not much. We're forgetting the biggest point. Amanda's marrying a white dude.
Well, you think Amanda maybe is marrying a white guy? That's a little speculation. And
how do you know that?
She said that the last time she called.
Okay, that's what I was wondering if she did.
And you were saying, well, why is she listening? Because it was on the XM part. And she's saying she's marrying a white guy, and he listens to it. So
he listens. Oh, that's right.
I do.
Why would she be marrying a white guy? Maybe but boy, he must be beaten down so bad by her. Just everything. Yes, honey, I know, you're right. The Whitey, we stink so bad. Oh, this is horrible.
I bet they're going to have a lot of laughs in that house.
Yeah.
Humorless.
I'm wondering what all he's putting up with.
I picture him just walking around a house that's filled with nothing but like African masks on the walls and like African furniture.
You know what?
And
when we did Lucky Louie and we had to design, there's a black couple that lived across the hall from us. So the set designers built their apartment for us, and I went down to approve it, and it had all this African art. And I said, why do you have to, every show that has black people has to have African art? And I got mad, and I said, take it out, because it's just stereotypical.
Just a guy.
They're like, but it's a black family. So what? Take it out. He's just a guy from Newark. So they took it out, and then it kept getting back in. Like every new wave of design would bring in, and I fought really hard to get it out of there. And then when Jerry Minor and Kim Hawthorne, who played the couple, walked into the apartment for the first time, they looked around and said, "Where's all the African stuff? How come there's no African stuff?"
I just picture.
I thought I was doing this really great liberal thing.
Yeah. Oh my God! So but apparently you're wrong. You're like
totally wrong.
Totally off the mark.
The black people gotta have African stuff. We're a black couple.
This just goes to show you, it's a bit of honesty moment.
Yeah.
When was the last time you were in a black person's house?
Oh.
Deafening.
I'm not even
Deafening silence.
That is a great question.
I will give you an answer.
Yeah.
It was an apartment in Central Islip when I lived there in 1972.
Jeez, that's a long time ago.
And I went up into this kid's, it was a friend of mine that lived in the apartment complex over there in Central Islip, and went into his house. And that was the last time I was in. So I have no idea what there is in black people's
houses. How about this? When was the last time a black person was in your apartment or house?
Well, I've had black people in my house much more recently. But last black
Yeah, but you're
person,
Mexican. That's all.
Yeah, that's right.
Apparently right now the alarm company's calling me. Holy jeez, I gotta go. See, it's a robbery joke. It's a robbery.
That's what
I encountered some really interesting racism because it was from very liberal people. I was in L.A. There's this place called Amoeba Records. And it's like the cool, funky...
Amoeba Records is very cool.
Yeah, they're like really, cool. Really, grunge, and they're cool.
On LP.
Yeah, so...
That's still cool.
I go in there, and I'm in the video section, and, just like I'll Google myself every time I touch a computer, I go look for my stuff. And I made Pootie Tang, so I go look for it, and it's in the black film section. And I'm looking through the black film section, and it's every movie with a black person in it. It's not like movies about... Afrocentric subjects. It's just anyone who's black is in that section, and they're not in the other sections. So it's like this ghetto of black movies. Just anybody who's black has to be in that section. And so I went up to ask the girl who works there, who does the curating, and she's this chick with nose rings and punky hair. And I go, that's really kind of racist. You have like a ghetto. You have like a black section in your video. And she turned red because the idea that she could be
racist. Oh, that
she's like, no, look at me.
Look at me, stop.
I'm in L.A.
I'm a liberal chick here.
And I'm like, if you're a black filmmaker and you make a drama, you hope people will look through the dramas and just pick, have the opportunity to pick you out of any drama. Why do you have to be in the,
Yeah.
And she's like, well, I'm gay. And we have a gay section, and I'm glad.
You pulled that out. It's like, what does that have to do with anything?
And black people have to be like gay people?
Yeah.
That they need gay cinema and black cinema?
Wow. That is real typical liberal
can
thinking,
be totally racist.
Let's go to Brooklyn. Brooklyn, what's up?
Hey, hello?
Yeah, what's up, Brooklyn?
Hi.
Let me say, first of all, your show is hilarious, and this is the very first time that I'm listening. I'm actually from the Caribbean, so I wanted to know, I can't remember who said it, but you said that you could tell if I'm black or not. So I don't know, what do you think I am?
You're kidding, right?
You already said you're from the Caribbean.
Yeah.
But I would say you're
light-skinned.
Lighter-skinned, more Hispanic-looking.
Wow.
I don't think so. I think she's very dark.
Very dark?
You think she's very dark?
No. Who said that? Who said that I'm light-skinned, Hispanic?
I said you're lighter-skinned and you look Hispanic.
That's Anthony.
Because I could tell by the way you talk, you hang out with a lot of Hispanic people.
Oh, I do look Hispanic. I kind of have Hispanic friends, but I'm not Hispanic. I'm mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
But you got the black in, yeah? That's
Yes,
very
I
obvious.
do.
Yeah, baby.
White people aren't calling their kids Janelle.
That's another thing, yeah.
Yeah, I think you have a thing
Just
for
cut that L
Monica.
part
Wow.
off. Jan.
Jan, right.
Be
Or
Jan.
Jane. You know, boring crap like that.
Wow, you guys are so stupid. It isn't funny. I was laughing. I was like, wow.
We like good stupid.
We like being stupid.
That's the good stupid.
We really don't want anyone to take us seriously. That's Amanda's problem. She thinks we're actually
a
trying to get
doctor, perhaps.
She really thinks we're trying to get things done here on our show. We're just trying to make people laugh as they're stuck in traffic somewhere. All right, Janelle.
All right, cool. It was fun.
God damn it!
Hi, Janelle.
It took 3.5 hours to get the phones beyond lit, and now we got to go.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
that's great.
I apologize for the Mabel record story. I think it was pretty boring.
No, I like it.
No, not at all.
I was going to talk about Black Stars. You ever turn on Black Stars? It's Stars Network. It's one of those cable channels. And it's all black. But they kind of ran out of movies, so they push it.
Yeah.
They're like Pulp Fiction is on Black Stars. Because, because Samuel L.
Remember
Jackson's
those
in it.
McDonald's commercials for black people where everybody's black, even like a mailman in the background who's out of focus?
It's like what do you
weird
say?
world where
Mickey D's? Mickey D's!
where like every person is black. And like in the 70s they did that.
Yeah,
remember?
yeah. Oh, God, that's funny. You'd absolutely
like
notice.
the white Maybelline commercial, then the black Maybelline commercial, and then the
everyone's
white Coke,
black in it.
Coke.
Let's let Pittsburgh say hi. Pittsburgh, what's up? What do you got for the show?
I just want to say that what I learned on the Opie and Anthony show today is you guys are terrible racist bigots, and I'm going to start waking up with Whoopi.
All right, whatever.
He ruined. Oh, I don't have my car crashed because I think the music is on.
Louis C.K., thank you so much.
You.
Lucky Louie on DVD, obviously.
That's right. Please buy a Lucky Louie on DVD.
It's doing well, right?
Yeah, it is.
You coming over to the F-word portion of the show?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we're going to go curse.
So
you
we
guys
do the
have
same
a great
show.
day.
We just use the F-word.
A lot.
Yeah.
See you guys tomorrow.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. like the most vile, despicable human beings in the country. Creeps, ankle biter.
Obviously, the strength is their ability to turn mistruth into something people would believe.
Wow, how long is this guy going to continue to babble and say nothing?
All day long.
Shut up!
All right, here we go.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's worse than I imagined.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
We are a bunch of dopes.
I think we're lewd.
And we're probably pushing 20 arrests because of this radio show.
Out of touch, cornballs, 3 retards.
We have the effect of Tylenol PM.
Opie.
You know I could have been a model.
Anthony.
I'm gay.
James Norton.
I like yogurt.
Robert Reed.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
All right, we're here at XM Satellite Radio with Louis C.K.
Yep.
We'll say it again. Very excited that Louis C.K. is going to be doing the One Traveling Virus this summer. We should have the dates soon, I guess. Soon. I think we're doing 8 to 10 dates this year. There goes our summer. But Louis C.K. is definitely going to be with us. That's very, very good news. We found that out this morning.
Gonna be a pisser.
And your wife wasn't impressed, you were saying?
Yeah, I came home and I showed her all these offers, and it's good. You guys are paying really good money. Like I don't have
care of the comics.
Yeah, I don't have a TV job right now, so that's my income. Yeah. And I showed it to her, and she's like, "Yeah, great. So you're going out of town, leaving me with the kids." I'm like, "Fuck you! How much money do you make?"
What are you pulling in this week?
Yeah. Would you rather starve to death and fucking let the kids get skinny? You fucking ungrateful cunt.
Now, the only way
who doesn't listen to XM?
She doesn't quite get the point that, this is your job. You don't go on.
And I'm remembering the phrase I was trying to remember. The separation of labor. Is that what it is? The division of labor contract has been thrown away in marriage.
Because I know where you're going to go with this, but I got to ask Louis C.K.
Yeah.
Like, when you married your wife, you were already in comedy, right?
Yes, I was.
So it's not like you were...
I didn't spring it on her. No.
It wasn't like you're working for Nassau, you had a 9-to-5 job, you were coming home, and she knew what she was getting into, that you'd be there to raise the kids. When you guys met, she knew you were a road comic.
Yes. But the way, it's not even that I go on the road. The point is that I enjoy my job.
Right.
So she thinks of it that because it's not like I'm going out and slack. She wishes I was doing a miserable job, and then she would be proud of me
We'd come home
for
and go,
debasing myself in order to put a roof over the head. But the fact that I do something that I'm proud of, that I love doing, but it still puts a roof over the head. But because women's liberation... because there are women that have careers, we're not allowed to say that we are providers anymore if you're a man. But the fact is, my wife lives off of my fucking work and doesn't do shit. So if she had a career, then she could go, fuck you with your Open Anthony tour. I don't care. I'm working too.
Yeah, I got my money.
But the fact is, she just eats food that I buy for her. But I'm not allowed to point that out, or else I'm a male chauvinist. Like I'm being a backwards pig by pointing out the fact, which is that if I stop doing these fun tours where I might get blown by a whore or two, that she can't eat anything, because if she tried to start making she's worthless. She has no sense of she could never support our house. She couldn't do it. If we switched places, it would like some dumb sitcom.
You're right.
The kids would be very happy with me because I'm good at taking care of the kids.
And be the fun guy hanging around.
And my wife would be unable to fucking
hold down the job.
She's never done it.
Really?
She worked at a Chinese restaurant for 1 week. And the woman who owned it, this Chinese woman, said to her, how come you so slow? And she said, because I'm busy. How many tables do you have? And she said, I have 3 tables. And she said, I think you may be Nobi waitress. And she fired her.
Wow. That's how you get fired in Asian.
Yeah.
By the way, I think you know be waitress.
I think you may be Nobi waitress.
You may be Nobi waitress.
Yeah, exactly.
I came from the working world where I actually worked for a living, and I can assure you, it sucks ass.
Yeah, no,
it is the worst.
I fix cars for a living.
Yeah.
It's very hard.
Right. It's real work. It's hard work. It's you're scrutinized in what you do.
by your boss, and it's not like we're scrutinized here. We're scrutinized, but for some reason, as long as we're doing okay, we have the ability to kind of turn around and say, go fuck yourself to our own boss. Yeah. What fucking job offers that perk?
No,
except
it's amazing.
Stupid entertainment.
Yeah, exactly.
Like even, television and radio, it's the same thing. It's like, as long as you're doing all right, you got the leverage.
It's because you have the leverage. It's not for nothing. It's because without you, there's nothing nothing on the air. Because your boss can't do. Here's the thing. I worked as a mechanic. And if I got fired because I sucked at it.
he just does your job until he finds someone else.
So my boss does my job.
He can step in and do it.
That's it. But your bosses, if they put it, hello?
Hi. You normally would hear the Opie and Anthony show and their hijinks at this time.
Yes.
Now listening to me until I could find a proper replacement.
Yeah. That's why you get to say fuck you to your boss. That's why baseball players can be assholes because because I can't play baseball.
Yeah, what, Joe Torre's all of a sudden going to go out and play shortstop?
Yeah.
But it is odd because I don't even know if those guys are saying, go fuck yourself to, Steinbrenner.
Well, they're saying it by
like that.
asking for stupid amounts of money.
Yeah, stupid amounts of money. Yeah. That's the version of go fuck yourself.
And cheating and not admitting it.
It might only be radio because if you do that in sports, they sit you, they fine you, they do all sorts of disciplinary actions.
Yeah.
But we've never had to sit out a day because we told our bosses
tell the boss
themselves.
Shut the fuck up. It's like you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up.
Yeah.
Imagine like you're in even if you're just a regular, you're in the cubicle and you just signed the big Peterson deal. And you the boss is happy and he walks up and says, "Hey, that's great. You did a good job." And you go, "You know something? I'm sick of your shit. Go fuck yourself." You think he's going to go, "Well, at least you signed the deal." He's going to go,
exactly.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What did you say to me? But in radio, television, as long as you're up there. But that turns on a dime, too. See, in the cubicle, if you lost the Peterson account and you're working on another one, you're not going to get your ass thrown out the door that day.
Yeah, you were trained. They spent time putting you in the job.
But they'll just make sure, as long as you're coming in and working and doing a good job, you're okay.
Yeah.
TV and radio, the next day is like, by the way, you're fucking out of here. Bye. Do I get 2 weeks? Do I get... No. As a matter of fact, we're not even going to acknowledge you existed. It's Stalinism here. You didn't exist. You're expunged from any record of ever existing.
Oh, it's just one.
Get the fuck out.
And we can't get enough of this business.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Let's go to Doug in Minnesota. Doug, what's up?
Morning, boys.
Good morning, Doug.
I wonder if Louis C.K. has heard about the Sparkling Wiggles.
Oh, have you heard the Sparkling Wiggles yet?
What's that?
Oh, my God. I saw the video like 18 times over the weekend. I couldn't stop watching it.
We can't play it on the first half of the show. We tried, but...
It's a young child. And she's a girl. She's about, how old did you say, 2, maybe?
Yeah, tops.
Tops.
Oh, my God.
And
what happened?
adorable. Just adorable. And she's sitting in a little chair. And she can't say Sparkling Wiggles. It comes out different than it's supposed to. So the parents kind of coax her by saying, hey, boy, there's too many Sparkling Wiggles at this party, and the kid will repeat it, getting the words kind of mixed up, and it's just, why don't you just play it?
I don't know what this would be.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's enough. Okay, say it now. We don't like Sparkling Wiggles. Say, too many Sparkling Wiggles at the party. It's too many Sparkling Wiggles at the party. Say, no Sparkling Wiggles here. No Sparkling Wiggles here. Say, get a job, Sparkling Wiggle. Get a job, Sparkling Wiggle.
I fucking...
Oh, my God.
I can't get enough of that.
Oh, my God.
The kid is just adorable.
The kid's as cute as a button.
Oh,
and
my
the
God.
mother should be shot. The way she sounds.
Oh, my God, that's terrible.
The little kid is just, and she's so enthusiastic. The parents are interacting and playing with her and talking to her.
And the kid couldn't be any whiter. I mean, look at this.
Oh, I know, little Aryan. Little Aryan with her ponytail.
Just doesn't know what she's saying.
And look at that fat white hand that holds the thing up to her.
You know what? You know what the most disgusting part of that whole thing is? Is the mother... Because the kid's the kid. The kid's just trying to say Sparkling Wiggles and has a problem. Doesn't know anything. The kid is innocent and blameless. The mother, you could hear this fucking disdain in her voice. She's like, get a job. She might as well just say, get a job, fucking nigger. Yeah. Just say it. Just say what you're fucking saying. Don't get your kid to say it because she can't talk right because she's a kid. But she's just like, get a job, sparkling wiggles. Don't want sparkling wiggles in my house. I almost ran into a sparkling fucking wiggle today. Like, she gets way too into it.
Oh, my God.
Way too into it. As do I, because I can't get enough of it. One more time, please.
All right, one more time.
Play it again. Play it again.
Louis, does your kid say, cute little things?
She just comes out and says nigger. She hates black people.
There you go.
My kid hates black people.
Okay, that's enough. Okay, say it now.
We don't hate fucking niggers.
Say there's too many sparkling wiggles at the party.
It's too many fucking niggers at the party.
Say, no sparkling wiggles here.
No fucking niggers here.
Say, get a job, sparkling wiggle.
Here's no fucking niggers.
Yeah, you can hear it on her.
Yeah, she hits the hand with her engagement
yeah, she's
ring.
like, with her engagement
Get a job.
Get a job.
Get a
wiggle.
Job.
Sparkling. Yeah. What else can we say about them people?
I wonder how Amanda's enjoying this part of the program.
Yeah, she must be loving this.
Yeah. It's just jokes, making people laugh.
As if it was a joke or
sparkling
something.
wiggles.
Hey, at this point, people know that XM and Sirius are attempting a merger. I guess Mel Karmazin, who's going to be the new boss of the new company.
Right.
They don't know if they're going to change the name or...
He would be the CEO.
The CEO, sure.
Yes.
The guy that pretty much runs the new company. They don't know if they're going to keep the little doggy name or keep the XM name or
just come up with a new name.
But the fact is, Mel will be
now, how come him and not the XM guy?
Because...
Mel's the money guy. See, over the years at Viacom and building Infinity Broadcasting years ago and CBS Radio division, and he was always the guy that was Wall Street sweetheart. He was the guy that when Mel spoke, people listened. He hit his numbers. Really motivated his salespeople and his general managers through tyranny, mind you, but they were fucking motivated.
Sure.
And so he would be the logical choice to put in that money position.
And Wall Street loves the guy.
Yeah, Wall Street loves
all that stuff.
The thing is, his personality is a bit caustic, and I say
it's
that
all business
because I might have to work for him.
There's no how you do's.
Yeah.
None whatsoever.
Haven't reached the point where we can tell this boss to fuck off yet.
Wait, so wait a minute, is he your boss?
Not yet, no.
Oh, yeah.
And
going to be.
Well, he used to be our boss. He was the guy.
Infinity or wherever.
He fired us.
We spent years trying to figure out who exactly fired us for the Sex with Sam thing, and I've heard on many occasions that it was Mel Karmazin himself that fired us.
Right.
And so we don't know where we stand with this guy, and we haven't talked to him in 4 or 5 years.
Right. No reason to.
There is a famous quote where he, the conference room, another time when he was supposed to fire us but decided not to.
Yeah, and he asks you these weird questions that no human could possibly answer. It's like the troll that stands by the bridge or something, and or the guy that demands money to get across the bridge, but you got to answer a question properly, and there's no right answer. He asked us once. Now realize he's the top of the top. This is kind of the boss you can't tell to go fuck himself.
Yeah,
and he asked us, what time of the morning do you wake up and decide, I'm going to fuck Mel Karmazin? So you go, wait, there's no answer to that.
No, there's no, I don't.
It's not a question of do you or don't you say, I'm going to fuck Mel Karmazin. He wants to know the time of day. That's the answer. 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock. It's a time of day question. I know you're fucking me.
And then you can't even say,
why is he asking it? What does he do with that information? Like, is he going to call you? If you say 10, does he say, well, then you know what? I'm going to call you at 9:45.
Right.
And ask you not to fuck me.
Please don't fuck me today. Because I know what time you fuck me.
And you can't even say, look, we didn't mean to fuck you. And
I don't fuck
really?
No, really?
It doesn't seem that way.
No, because then that insults his question.
Right.
Because why would I ask what time? Because I already know you're fucking me. So don't try to say you're not fucking me. The guy is like, you can't answer. And I've heard this from general managers and
That's
stuff.
like a pickup line.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
hey, what time?
Like saying that to a girl at a bar. What time did you wake up and decide you're going to suck my dick tonight?
Well, He wants a time. He doesn't. I guess I have to do it, but I could put it off for 24 hours.
Fuck this guy.
By the way, there's OCD people out there. They can't handle any more of the show until we do this.
Meanwhile, back at the show.
Wow. Wow, that was the longest midget sighting ever. We never did the out cue.
Oh, these guys got the OCD bad.
Bastards.
Like, I can't. Something doesn't seem right. You never ended the midget sighting earlier.
So yeah, Mel's the CEO over there. Could be the CEO of both companies if the deal goes through, which, I don't know. I'm hearing a lot of things. Federal regulation is going to be a real fucking nightmare to try to get through.
It's because it's too big of a company, is that the thing?
Yeah, they don't want a monopoly, but the new entity's point of view would be it's not a monopoly because we're competing with iPods, regular radio, all kinds of new internet technology that's coming out now. So it's not a monopoly, but in the contract that was written.
That doesn't make sense because that means that regular radio could be one company and say, well, we're competing.
Everything could be one company. Yeah. You're competing with everything.
We're competing with food.
Yeah.
People could eat or listen to...
Eat, listen, put their food in their ears. Yeah. There's always an option here.
Yeah. And it's a known fact that Mel's very, very tight with Howard.
Yeah.
If he does have a friend in this world, it would be Howard Stern.
Mm-hmm.
But the FCC... it's written in the contract before satellite radio even came about, when they were talking about launching the satellites.
Mm-hmm.
They said there has to be two companies. And it was written in there that these two companies cannot merge. They are not allowed to merge.
Yeah.
So they have to change all that around, which means Mel has to sit now in front of a commission that is run by the FCC. Last time he did that, which was not that long ago, he was pretty much calling the FCC a bunch of assholes.
Yeah.
Now the same people have to sit there, and he's going to go, hey, by the way, assholes, could I put these companies together? You know the rule thing? Can we change that? And a lot of people are now worrying that the FCC might say, okay, we'll allow you to do that. Well, Here's our side.
We're going to change some rules.
We want to regulate.
Swear.
We want to regulate it.
Yep.
Now, what do? Do you merge the companies, take it, and then put it back now where radio is? Because you can make money selling commercials. Do you do? It's a weird situation.
I think that's what'll happen.
It's going to be an interesting week in
reasonable.
It's going to be
because he'll make money that way.
It's going to be an interesting week in Washington.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then after that, it's going to take months and months for them to even decide if they can do it. And then
I don't get though. Like I have XM in my car.
Logistics.
What the fuck do I do?
Now that you've got a fucking problem.
It's just stupid.
Logistically, it's tough, even if everyone says yes. There's GM, let's say GM Ford, the two big ones.
Yeah.
GM has XM, Ford's got Sirius.
Yeah.
What do you do now? I don't have... It's not like the early days where I had a little unit Velcroed to a dashboard, stuck into the cigarette lighter. This fucking thing is built into my navigation system. I can't be ripping things out and putting them in. Are they starting over again with all new units?
The whole thing is stupid because...
They can't make each one adaptable.
It's like I can take the radio I had as a kid, the radio I listened to Steely Dan on.
Right.
And plug it in, and I'm going to hear whatever the fuck I want.
That's it.
On now.
It's going to work.
But this is stupid.
I mean, in the end, they got a lot to work out. It's going to take a really long time to really get this new company up and running in the way that they're going to be happy with.
Yep.
But Mel was on Howard's show today, and I don't know.
He has a real confidence boost in our position.
Yeah, there's a reason we love being on XM and away from Howard.
Because we don't have to deal with these two fucking motherfuckers.
Wow.
That's why.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll say it.
See,
Fan and Opie.
In Mel's world, there's Howard and there's everybody else. There's no room for anybody to even come close to what he's doing.
Nope.
He doesn't know how to work a farm system and really, show respect with other radio shows out there. So, in a way, it's been great to be at XM because we've been the top dogs and shown respect, and they build a studio for us and really treat us nice. A lot of advertising in the end.
Everyone else is second fiddle over there. Yeah. Everyone else is second fiddle. And to see, shows that used to beat the shit out of each other, like fucking Bubba is over there with Howard, and there's a love fest. They're all kissing each other's ass. And he gets zero respect. Not that he should get any, but, you think Mel fucking gives him the time of day? Mel owes Howard, and Howard owes Mel each of their careers.
Yeah, God bless them. They did a lot together.
Howard was doing his thing at NBC. He got fired. He was pretty much persona non grata at a lot of companies. They didn't want to touch him. Mel had this young upstart, Infinity Broadcasting, decides to put Howard on. They both made a fucking fortune with each other over the years. Yep. So they do owe each other a certain amount of loyalty. The thing is, no one else fits in that picture. No one. On the talent side, no one fits in Howard's picture because his ego is so fucking big, he won't allow it. And on the business end, no one fits in Mel's picture because he's got Howard. It's all he really needs to make him some money.
And he wants to make sure he keeps Howard happy.
Keeping Howard happy is making everyone else second fiddle.
We worked for the same company for many years, and the stuff that went on was just beyond unbelievable.
This isn't speculation. Let me make that clear. I'm not speculating. We fucking lived this nightmare. This is exactly what happened to us.
It's silly, though, because the point of merging companies is to get twice the value.
Right, at half the cost.
Yeah.
Well, Louis,
what would be the...
There was a time we went, they threw us a bone, they gave us VIP passes to the Video Music Awards, MTV, and we had our own special position on the red carpet so we could get all these guys. This was when we were deciding if we were going to re-up with them or something, or we
just before.
Or we just re-upped with them, so they were throwing us a bone like, no, you guys are very important to the company. So then we did our show, and we weren't in the pit with the rest of the press. We had our own section, so we got just about everyone while everyone else had to fight for a quick little 10-second interview. And then our show's over. We're going inside to enjoy the festivities, and our company had a private booth to watch the award.
At the time, Viacom owned MTV, the radio division.
This is when you were on
MTV.
Before here.
And Viacom owned CBS radio division. It was Infinity Broadcasting at the time. And Viacom owned MTV.
Right.
So it's all the same boss.
This is a great example, though. So we're like, hey, why don't we go up into the Viacom booth?
Viacom had a party going on.
Huge party with champagne and shrimp as big as your fist and oysters and drinks on us, everything. It was just like they went all out. So stupid us, we're assuming we worked for the same company, and we just did a nice broadcast outside. We go upstairs, and we're like, why don't we go check that out for a minute or two, have a drink, say hi, because we know a lot of the people, obviously. We get to the door, and we tell them who we are. They're like, you're not on the list. You can't
come in. And then we found out why, though, too.
We found out...
what's his name from BCN came out.
Yeah,
I won't rat him out.
I don't want to blow up his spot.
But he came out and
we're like, what do you mean? And then we're thinking this guy just is stupid. Like, stop. So we were able to send, I think it was Ben at the time. Ben went in. We're like, could this guy go in and get one of the bosses? And so Ben goes in and brings out this guy from the Boston radio stations. And we're like, what's going on? He goes, dude, you guys are not allowed in there.
Not allowed in there.
Because
Howard's in there.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, we couldn't even fucking go into a party.
And Mel was in there, and of course he oversees this whole thing, and he thought it was perfectly fine to treat us like second-class citizens.
Yeah. So that's kind of what we're expecting.
And that's one of many examples.
We were never... You make the money.
We were never treated right under him. You know, he hired us and then rehired us to keep us away from competing with Howard. That was it. That was his game plan for us as a business guy. But as far as like treating us and making us feel good about where we were, it never really happened. Yeah. Not that we need our egos stroked, but you definitely want to at least feel like you can walk into a big VIP event at the MTV Music Awards.
Yeah, when you're making the money.
We're definitely making money for them. Yeah. And we make money for XM. They definitely enjoy us being here. But Mel was on Howard, talked a little bit, and obviously... our situation came up.
Yeah, and this is what's scary. The merger talk has started. It's been about a week now, I guess. I think it was a week ago today. And Mel hasn't even acknowledged us yet. But
hasn't acknowledged us.
But he's acknowledged everything else that is that's going well for XM. Right. And this is what's really interesting and really telling. You ask anybody down in Washington, 202 is one of the most listened to channels on XM. Brings in the most money for XM. But when Mel talked about XM and the programming and sent out a massive email to the staff over there, not even a hint of a mention of us.
And then he goes on Howard's show and pretty much describes our situation.
Yeah.
He's talking about us. And Howard's already starting his bullying tactics.
Yeah.
Of, should these guys have a job, pretty much, is what's being said. I don't care, quite frankly. And by the I don't care, meaning I don't care,
You know what we say when you say I don't care, it means you really care?
Look,
I so really don't care.
we're at a point in our careers. What are we going to do? Worry about this crap? I mean, we speak our minds, and if he wants us part of the new company, so be it. Slim in Jersey City, what's up?
Guys, please don't talk like that, man. I don't want you guys off the radio for this jerk, man. I'm thinking like they might be in cahoots. Howard has enough money, I'm thinking. Now, I'm I don't know what you guys know, but I'm thinking Howard has enough money that he's so envious of you guys' success that he's like, you know what, even if it costs me the money I made, I'm not going to let these guys get ahead of me, which you already are.
I want an answer, though, because it's been a week. He avoids our names at every cost. I want someone to ask him, what does the future hold for the Opie and Anthony show if these two companies merge?
There you go.
And if there's no future for us, then let's negotiate an exit strategy now. I ain't going to sit around for a year and then get, fired after that.
I need a golden parachute, goddammit. One of those businessmen things where they let you go and then give you a shitload of money. That's all I care about, money.
Well, this is Howard and the gang having a little bit of fun. I mean, it's
fun.
It's very, very telling, though.
Like how they're trying to be vague as to who they're talking about.
Yeah, they don't mention us by name, but it's very obvious that it's us.
The more different our content is, the better it is.
I agree.
And I just never saw any advantage of sharing terrestrial radio.
Well, then there are some people on the
See, sharing terrestrial radio. They're talking about us because
we're the only ones doing it. By the way,
we're the only ones that are on satellite and regular radio.
Yeah. So this thing that's running rampant, Mel, this terrestrial and XM radio crossover. You mean the one show that's doing it?
Yeah.
Why be so vague? Just fucking say who you're talking about. God.
And I'm
it's weird that they're not saying it because they talk about you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, on Howard they say your names.
You know why? Because Mel's in the fucking room.
Right. So there's something.
They clam up. There's an issue with Mel.
So I don't have the energy, unfortunately, to go after these guys today. I'm sick. But this clip kind of enrages me. The bullshit.
It's annoying.
All right, let's get through it.
It doesn't make sense because it's apples and oranges with you guys, to me.
Yeah.
It's two very completely different shows.
Well, guess what, Louis? Back in the day,
values.
that's stupid us. We thought the same thing.
Yeah.
We weren't even competing against Howard. We were in afternoons.
To me like you
we were in afternoons, and he was in mornings. We just, everyone asks, how did this whole thing start where you guys hated him? It was really simple. We came to New York and started goofing on him like we goofed on Imus and everybody else. Well, every other New York personality, whether it's radio, the mayor, we goofed on Mayor Giuliani. We just goofed on everybody.
Dude,
it's our MO.
We didn't come into New York doing that, though. When we first came in, we even said it would be stupid to go after Howard. You don't come right into New York with both barrels blazing on the Howard Stern show. You don't do it because Howard's fans will turn around and go, fuck you, who are these assholes?
Delete your lie.
Make a name for yourself first. Give the people content that they find funny or interesting, and then slowly start pointing out some of his hypocrisies and make him a caricature of himself, kind of, with the impression thing.
But that's what I mean.
Out. And then slowly, even his fans will go like, holy shit, he does do that. That's funny.
That's what I'm trying to say, though. It was all just goofing.
It was goofing.
There was nothing even serious about it. We were just having fun with.
I would listen to who didn't listen to the guy's show. I grew up on Long Island. I'm going to lie and say I never heard of him. I'd listen to his show. I found it very funny. Billy West. Those years that Billy West was on, were the golden fucking era of that that show. It was amazing. I was on his fucking show. On a Christmas show?
Are you vying for a job?
Yeah. So please, if you're listening. I'm just saying, but that's how bad it had to get. But for me to be like, hold on, fucking, hey, this guy turned.
But where it did turn was the fact that he couldn't handle that we were goofing on him.
Right.
And then we said, you know what? Now it's like we're taking the gloves off. Now we're gonna have some fun.
Because he didn't goof back on the air. He went to the bosses and told the bosses, hey, shut these motherfuckers up. Yeah. I don't want them goofing on me. It's like, wait, this is the guy that but you always say on the air that you just take on all comers and you beat up this show and this show and that.
but now, we're supposed to shut up because you told the boss.
Right.
And that was like one of those, oh, boy.
Yeah.
So this is what the business is like.
And it was kind of scary because Mel just never understood our position on that. I'm like, he's going to destroy us.
Yeah.
Our listeners are going to see right through it. We're not going to talk about him because we're not allowed to. Are you kidding me?
I watched him destroy shows, or listened to him on the air destroy shows.
Oh, we discussed that.
Because the other jocks that he was talking about were told, you know what the best strategy is? Just don't say a word. Don't mention him. Don't talk back. Oh, everyone's listening to him, and he's calling me an asshole, and I'm supposed to just sit here and, fucking toot a wacky horn and make like nothing's happening?
Right.
No, you fight fucking back. You throw back fucking howitzer rounds at the guy. Mm-hmm. And when we did that, that's when we got into trouble.
Yeah. And Mel never understood that, unfortunately. But that's where we got in a lot of trouble.
And that's where the Mel Karmazin came into play, because us goofing on Howard, his number one guy, was
him over.
Directly fucking him over.
But our logic was, if you're that great of a radio personality, this should be nothing.
It's nothing.
This should be like swatting at a fly. Like, it's just kind of a nuisance. But you get rid of it.
You either don't talk about us at all, or
away.
you just call us fucking douchebags, point out our own hypocrisies, whatever you want to do. There are plenty of solutions. But
Howard finally admitted that it was hurting him. And his position, I guess.
Yeah, so he went to Mel. But now Mel is talking to Howard, this merger thing. So I don't know. They don't mention our name, but they They directly talk about us without mentioning our names, and Mel's got some ideas.
And it's been a week, and they've discussed this merger at length, all sorts of people. People have mentioned us in a lot of the articles, but Mel is just like not even acknowledging that we're doing a show over here.
Yeah.
So we don't feel too good about it right now.
We'd like to see what the plans are. You know something? Like you said, he's mentioned every other thing that's on this platform. Except us.
Yeah.
Well, Mel, what are your intentions? I want to know right now.
Yeah.
So that me and Opie can, get the fuck out. Because if we're going to have to work under a guy that's going to either boot our ass out the door or treat us like second-class citizens, we don't want to do that.
Well,
I want out.
If they merge, then it's all bets are off with all the contracts, right? You get to...
I think the contracts, the contracts are still good.
Yeah.
But...
and Mel, I'll give him this much. Mel is always... honored contracts over the years.
Yeah, he's not one to, rip up a contract or try to legally get out of it or wrangle some way like that, but...
because when we did the Sex for Sam thing, they could have probably figured out some way out of our contract, but he acknowledged the contract.
But I don't want to sit out a fucking contract if we're going to be treated like shit.
Right.
I want to know what the fuck's going on.
Well, Mike from Friday Morning Quarterback, he listens every day. Let's start there, Mike. You could quote us from today's show. We want to know what our position is in this new company.
He's talking on the Howard Stern show this morning. We came up. It's obvious they were talking about us. There's no other show doing both. And from Mel's answer, doesn't quite make me feel welcome.
No.
And I want to know what the deal is so we can either, move on and be excited about this and do a show, or get the fuck out and start, working on getting the fuck out of this.
Right.
That's it.
All right. Well, here's... it's only a minute, but this is the little conversation they have.
A minute with a 20-minute fucking
and the Howie
by us for a minute of audio.
And God damn it! And the Howie kiss ass just laughing and having fun with this.
Oh, Howard!
Someone that has done absolutely nothing in radio.
The more different our content is, the better it is.
I agree.
And I just never saw any advantage of sharing terrestrial radio.
Well, then
content.
there are some people on the other service who are, they're available everywhere.
And by the way, Robin, if you take a look at the way we work, alongside of your satellite radio, so you have if you have a factory installed one, you have an AM button, an FM button, and a satellite button. You don't need to duplicate what's on AM and FM radio.
But what would you do with those contracts then, of all the things that are duplicated?
Well, if the merger...
He would get rid of them.
Wishful thinking on Howard
would
part.
know...
That's wishful thinking on Howard's part.
Yeah.
They would get rid of them. Well, oh boy. See, right there goes to show you how welcome we'll fucking be.
Yes.
There's the welcome wagon right there.
There you go.
And about the whole point that Mel makes about there's an AM button, FM button, and a satellite button.
Yeah.
So you don't need duplicates. One is advertising the other on the other. Like, the reason we really jumped up with satellite is because we went to terrestrial.
Right.
And vice versa. The reason people listen to us on terrestrial is because their friends told them about us on satellite. Like,
we made an amazing deal with regular radio. They needed us that bad because David Lee Roth fucked up.
Yeah.
They were desperate.
But every
day we're turning on new people to XM because we're allowed to do a commercial for our show. Like, wow, these guys are funny, and they actually do more after they leave here. I get emails all the time from people going, I now have XM because, what I've heard on the regular radio station.
Isn't it the same thing, too, that Howard's on E? And then also on radio. And
what about that?
And he'll also do pay-per-view. He's also got
an on-demand thing.
Pay-per-view.
There's some kind of computer thing. There's
everybody's got different... that would be like saying that he shouldn't be on demand because he's on E, on regular broadcast television.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't... Whoever will have you.
Exactly.
Be on there.
There's also it's no secret that there's no love lost between CBS, Howard, and Mel. You know? They're not going to want to have to work with us if we have a relationship, which means they'll have to have a relationship with CBS Radio. This is a company that sued Howard for I don't know how much money, but the original was a lot of fucking money, $300 million or something, for talking so much about Sirius before he went over there.
Right.
Now Mel is going to have to sit and hammer deals out between CBS because of us.
Yeah.
You're not going to want to do that.
Something's going to give, obviously.
Well, something's going to give.
It's not going to just stay the same.
No, I don't know what it is.
No.
We might get kicked off regular radio. We might get kicked off satellite radio. But something significant is going to change.
We will see.
By the way, yes, Ron and Fez do what we're doing. Yes, relax. You're not acknowledging that Ron and Fez are also on regular radio. All right, here's the rest.
Oh, my God.
Will you just
Would
stop?
you wait. I got to tell you to shut the fuck up, you dumb-ass fuck. Ron and Fez do both. Do they do it at the same time? Is their XM show on regular radio? Is it? Is their regular radio show also simulcast on XM? Is it?
No.
Is it? Anyone? No. Thank you. That's the answer. Who was that dumb fuck? What was his name?
There's some feedbacks flying by. I don't know.
Well, you are now banned. I will hunt you down and ban you. Of course I won't. I don't even have that power.
No.
I'll just say that.
No.
Makes me
Why would you spend hunting him?
I wouldn't even hunt him down.
No.
What do I care?
No.
I'm hungry. Hunt down food.
Josh from North Carolina, a dude from Philly. It came in a lot.
We understand. It's not the same thing, you dummy. You dummy.
All right, let's get past
We do 3 hours. That's fucking simulcast.
Well, here's Howard's...
That's the fucking thing.
Here's Howard's wishful thinking again.
Okay, what's on AM and FM radio.
Well, what would you do with those contracts then, of all the things that are duplicated?
Well, if the merger...
He would get rid of them.
Howard would know, because we've had some experience with other broadcasters who decide they want to change contracts, okay? My experience has been that you honor contracts. And obviously any deals that were done, you would just continue to honor. And then as you went forward, you'd make a decision as to whether or not it made sense or not.
Great.
So he's saying that he's going to honor it then.
So honor the contract, and then as we go forward, we'll see if it makes sense or not.
Well,
what is that, when the contract expires?
Here's
see
the
if
problem.
You get thrown out the door?
I believe when the merger goes through officially, we'll have way less than a year left on our contract. So
yeah, I don't think that's an issue.
Scary,
it's going to take so long anyway. That
the other thing to consider is that at the same time as they're acting a certain way because Mel's in the room, he's acting a certain way because he's in Howard's room because he's on the air.
He's on the air, so he's got to talk.
Yeah, because the thing is, you guys, it's just money. It's all just money.
Absolutely.
So you guys make the money, you're going to stay, or somebody else will have.
You know what?
I mean, who gives a shit?
But we're also going to have the opportunity to stay or leave too. Is what I'm getting at. And
I don't want to sit there if we're going to be shit on all the time.
We don't want to be in the same fucking situation where we're at NEW where no one acknowledged us.
You see how nice this is? And really, it's like there's no one fucks with us.
Yep.
This is fucking golden, this place.
Right.
We come in here, we're able to do our show without being fucking pecked at and told what we can or can't do on a daily basis. We have our run-ins every so often. We come up with a bit and we're told we can't do it and it aggravates us and stuff. But we move on and we do something else. If on a daily basis we got to be told, don't talk about this guy, don't talk about this, we have a problem with this, and constantly being fucked with, then there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, sure.
The second fiddle thing that, we notice we're not getting any resources because 100% of them are being pumped over to his show, it's going to annoy us.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fucking sit on his channel. I don't want to fucking have to do a Howard Stern commercial every 2 seconds by mentioning Howard 100 or 300, whatever the fuck, channel 200.
Let Bubba suck his dick.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a commercial for his show every fucking time we have to take a break, or every time we talk about what channel we're on, we got to mention his name. Like, that shit ain't going to be done. It's got to be the way it is right now. We have the virus. Channel 202 is our channel here on XM. Whatever the channel number is doesn't concern me, but this is what it is. It's our own entity.
Right.
I don't want to share.
It would only make sense. I mean, he's got to be smart enough to know it only makes sense to have both on. I think it would be great if you guys were on the same service and you had your own full-strength channel, and then he has his.
It would absolutely be a good thing for both companies.
Shit on each other and have your own.
On each other.
You have your audience.
A perfect world.
It is. That would be really smart.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem. Howard is fucking nuts.
Even $500 million doesn't make you to get you to the point where you go, I really don't care what they're saying about me.
He's fucking nuts when it comes to us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the leverage is, again, like you were talking about, you can say fuck you to your boss.
Yeah.
If you're making the money, they can't.
That's what we
can't ignore that.
That's what we do here. Whether Mel sees it, whether he takes Howard's influence, there are a lot of questions here.
We'll see.
Yeah, whether we want to sit there and be second fiddle to anybody.
Let's say hi to Ron in Virginia. Ron, what's up?
I understand where you guys are coming from a little bit more, but Stern is back to you guys as far as wanting you to go swing over on his program in Sirius, okay? But I listening to you further.
What fucking show do you listen? Are you listening to Howard K. Stern's radio show?
Shit.
Dude, he wants to. How did you get the message that he wants us to come over there and do well?
Way back when, before he even moved over. He had a big stint on you guys being on XM. He put you guys down. He slammed you. But then he came back later on and he said, "You guys do so well. You've been the most compatible of all the stations that he's taking control of. Wow. That you guys would do well with him."
You got to get your ears checked, man.
You know what? You know what the problem is also? There's only so many fucking shows out there that are good, that are entertaining enough to even be put on a channel. Why do you think it's only Howard and Bubba over there? Bubba decided he was going to sell his soul to Howard. Howard needed a show. Bubba was fresh fired and blackballed from regular radio like we were for quite a while. And it was the perfect match. The only reason Howard would find us a perfect match is he needs another show. He needs more programming. You can't just pull shows out of your ass and put them on the radio. It doesn't work.
Nope.
And they're having a very hard time finding radio shows.
But that's why I say to people that are going to get slammed, you guys may get taken for a ride, but those of us who pay for this, who enjoy listening to you, who enjoy listening to other shows, we're going to be the ones to get tagged with this crap because it'll become like a cable network. We'll have to pay for your show to get a piece of the pie.
Well, that might be too, and that's what the FCC's got a problem with. If it's one company, they can do whatever the fuck they want. They can raise the rates to whatever price they want. They can make it an a la carte kind of a deal where you have to pay for certain programming.
It's going to get really interesting.
There's so many things up in the air right now.
Starting
that
this week, I think he talks in front of...
he talks in front of that commission.
Wednesday, I believe?
Yeah,
right.
This week. And then it's going to be at least a year before anything really
the thing is,
really
if they merge and you go over there, you're going to be... I mean, Howard's, like you said, $500 billion, whatever he has.
Yeah.
He's clearly going to be the fat gorilla. No matter who's over there.
Yeah.
But that's not a bad thing for you guys.
That's fine. I never, ever underestimated what he's done and how much money he's earned for the companies
if you
and
end
things.
up living in a world where he's the big guy and you guys...
But you don't want to be...
So what? You still have your own...
That's
your own
fine,
thing,
but
right?
the you part, the being us part, doesn't want to be the being shit and pissed on in the corner guy. Which
this
seems to be what happens.
No, but you have the leverage to not let that happen because you have a loyal audience.
But this is what we want.
You have an army.
We want our own channel to continue. Simple as that.
I think as long as you get that, who gives a shit what he's saying on his
own channel?
All right, listen.
Definitely.
Thanks for asking about the merger, Louis.
Sure.
Yeah, boy, Jesus Christ.
That was an hour ago.
Fuck, for 1 minute of audio.
Mm-hmm.
What a bunch of pompous assholes.
Opie and Anthony shows
cares about us?
The other thing is just is that you guys would be in a great... it's like, this is kind of a stretch for an analogy, but Teddy Roosevelt, I read his biography. Bully. And every time he got offered a job, he would ask for the job lower. Like, he was asked to take over the Navy, and he was the number 2 Navy guy. Because he was able to do everything from there, and the asshole on top just took all the
blame. Wow,
he did that in every position he was in, all the way to vice president. And then he only became president because somebody shot the president.
Yeah, fucker.
So, yeah.
Wow, that's a good analogy.
You know what?
Like the president.
So you go over to this new company, and everyone's going to rain shit on its head, and you guys are just going to be sitting there quietly racking up.
All right, we start.
Like Teddy.
Hold on, we start. Mike from Friday Morning Quarterback's going to call in.
All right.
Mike, I'm sending the number right now. Inside number.
Oh.
By the way, as we wait for Mike to call, the show's been very, very gay. Very, very gay.
Has it?
So we've come
just this morning, again, I got the fucking Travis poster of a little Harry Potter naked.
With his
Jesus
fat
Christ.
cock.
With his
very fucking
fat
beer can cock.
Turtle cock.
Fucking
beer can.
So, we got a new bit.
45 dink.
we got a new bit to try to get the gay out of the show.
Yeah.
All right.
The Opie and Anthony Show proudly presents Today's Boner. A new way to put some spring in your step and a bulge in your shorts. Today's Boner is brought to you by Assault That Ass number 10.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh you fucking bitch. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god.
Stay tuned for another edition of Today's Boner. Only on the Opie and Anthony Show.
There you go. We're getting the gay out.
I got the gay out.
We're forcing the gay to go home.
God damn.
I'm still a little gay.
Just a tad. She sounded like she was having fun or being killed.
Day. Let's go to Mike. Mike?
Good morning, fellas.
Mike, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hey, so why do you think Mel didn't tell Howard that he would fire you like he told Bubba's producer?
Yeah, apparently, Bubba, his producer, we got some info on that one, said that he had heard from Mel that we're gone, we're done, we're just gone.
A producer.
And now this is Mel, they just announced that they wanted to merge, and instead of going to the press, and you pretty much can't talk about anything yet, he goes to the producer of Howard's, second-rate show and tells him what personnel is staying or going or anything like that. Unbelievable. But now he goes on Howard's show, and obviously, Mike, you heard they were talking about us. I mean,
yeah, I was listening to that.
That's obviously us they're talking about. And, we want an answer here. We want to know what this means. And this isn't out of, are we going to have a job? Could we work there, please? This is just two guys, actually a few more if you include our shitty staff. But a couple of guys that just want to know where we stand with this. If we're going to be shit on and be a second fiddle, then maybe we don't want part of this, We don't want to be part of this.
Well, I mean, that was going to be my question. I mean, can you guys work for Mel again?
Absolutely. We can absolutely work for him if we're not put in a position where we're being shit on every 2 seconds, or where we have to, every 10 minutes of our show has to be a Howard Stern commercial. That ain't going to happen.
Well, what if he tries to put those restrictions on you again about you can't mention Howard on the air?
Well, then we got
that ain't gonna work. Then we got a big problem.
We got a big problem.
That can't work. It's just not the way we work. It's not the way I think the audience wants things to work either. What are we going to sit there and clam up?
And Mel knows,
obviously be hogtied.
Mel knows that if Howard leaves us alone, we leave Howard alone. Mel has always known that. But the problem was when Mel gave us the gag order, Howard was still able to do whatever the fuck he wanted and say whatever the hell he wanted about us. And that's where the real issue was. We're like, wait, so this guy is going to trash us and call us the two clones.
Oh, it's always the same act, the clones.
The tribute show over at NEW and this and that, but we weren't allowed to fight back? Fuck that.
Yeah, so we just want to know, like, what's the deal? First of all, the guy hasn't mentioned us once, and it's more blatantly obvious that it's an effort to not mention us instead of just an oversight. Like now they're doing it on purpose, especially on that clip you heard from Stern's show this morning. Obviously, they're talking about the Opie and Anthony show. We're the only ones that simulcast like we do on from satellite to terrestrial like that. So obviously they were talking about us, but, you know, he mentions everything else, the baseball, Oprah, things like that. We don't get mentioned. Saying about honoring contracts, but then we'll take a look and see later, leaves it very mysterious. Are we supposed to now, you know, go through the rest of our careers wondering if one day Howard gets a bug up his ass, he goes over to Mel and gets us thrown out? I'm not going to sit like that. I don't need that kind of shit in my life. So we want an answer.
Okay, so let's assume that happens and he doesn't renew your contract when it's up. What do you guys do? Can you do a show on regular radio?
We're doing a show on regular radio.
But you still have this outlet on XM where you get some of these other urges in your show out of your system.
Look, we certainly have
the regular radio.
Yeah, we certainly have the best of both worlds right now, but if we had to, we'd go back to regular radio full time. Maybe we do some dumb internet thing too to get some of that some of the cursing out.
If we had no option, if there's only one satellite company and the CEO decides, you know, he doesn't want us over there, then we don't have a choice in the matter. We would absolutely go full time with regular radio, but you know we kind of like having both of the mediums to play with.
Utilize some of those competing technologies that Mel's been talking about.
Yes, the competing technologies. I want to broadcast on iPod.
That's right.
Alone. I want to do a podcast. How was that? 10, 20 people.
CB channel 7.
CB radio going to be making a big comeback.
Well, I thought it was very interesting that the question was asked this morning. They couldn't even do you the respect of bringing up your name.
No, it isn't even a respect thing. It's like it's an anti-respect thing. They don't. It's so obvious now that Mel has not mentioned our names that it just shows us how unwelcome we will be in that situation.
See, there have been memos going back and forth since this merger started, and XM has acknowledged Howard and the fine programming they got over at their company, and vice versa. Mel put out a huge memo to his staff and mentioned all this really good programming over here at XM, but made sure that he didn't mention us.
When they had the conference, Gary Parsons got up and mentioned us. He's going to be he's going to be a chairman of the board, I guess, if the merger goes through. And
for now,
for now, we'll see what happens. But he mentioned us as one of the programs that they'd be happy to have on both platforms. Blah blah blah. And Mel never a word mentioned other programs that are here on XM, but never a word. And it's not so much the lack of respect or we're insulted or anything. It's just an indicator of the environment we would have to do our show from. And we've never been comfortable in that type of environment. And that's when we usually do something incredibly stupid and get ourselves thrown off the air and probably get the company fined or maybe even get the satellites blasted out of orbit. That's what I'm hoping. We do something so bad that the United States military has to actually use their Star Wars technology and blow up the satellites.
The Chinese with
the Chinese are shooting them off like crazy
satellite
anyway.
Bashing.
Place on ground, light fuse, get away.
Or that farmer dude who's... Yeah,
that's a movie.
Yes,
that's a movie.
That's a movie.
Yeah. Where Sling Blade gets in a rocket.
But the Chinese are they're ramming other satellites.
Yeah, and leaving debris apparently in orbit of other vessels that are trying to do something fun. We just hit it hard. Yeah, good one.
But I think you got to liken this right now to a sports analogy where, you know, a player is going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Somebody from a different team wants him but can't talk about him till he's actually a free agent. So maybe Mel's just not willing to discuss what he would do with you guys out in the open.
He's discussed other programming.
He's discussing all the other programs.
All the other programs are being discussed as being, you know, happy to have him on board, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, the glaring omission of the Opie and Anthony show is, to me, proof that we would be treated like crap over there.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Let's hope.
Let's hope. All right, fellas.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
Have a good day.
When are you going to be writing about this?
You know, I'm working on it right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Later, Mike.
FMQB.com.
Yep. That's a big, it's the big industry trade website and magazine.
Everyone goes there.
Yeah.
Bill, get us out of here.
Opie and
This is unpredictable radio.
Holy crap!
We need to remember that we are professionals in the entertainment industry.
Look at you! Oh, man!
Oh, my God, I'm a grown man and I'm being yelled at.
You're idiots!
No, and then Jesus' kid is in there.
Hold on.
We're back on, so now we got to talk to everybody instead of ourselves here. Louis C.K. in studio. I guess we found Jesus, his body. What's going on? James Cameron
found his tomb. Well, because he has the money. If you put production dollars, like movie money, into anything, you could cure cancer. A movie company could cure cancer if they gave a shit.
That is true. But movie money is the answer. Space program, movie money.
No, when you direct a movie with studio money, you realize as you're working, like, we could do anything. Like, we could take this group of people and do anything we want.
Yeah, we have to put it on film, so we have to make it actually happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially in the old days.
Yeah. So he found this tomb with Jesus in it. And it's got Mary and Joseph.
But wait.
And then it's got Mary Magdalene.
But how did he find it? I know he has the money to go out and look for it, but, like, someone else must have seen this before James Cameron.
Well, it was underground. It was actually, there was a site, they were building some construction material, They were building over Jesus' grave? If you're in Jerusalem and you build a building... when you dig the foundation, you're going to find some fucking famous Jew who did something.
Were some Nazis digging for it first, and then some other guy went to a room with a stick with a crystal on it?
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
No, it's like in Mexico, where my grandmother's house is. Anytime they try to develop, they find an Inca ruin and they got to stop. And it's a huge pain in the fucking ass.
Those Incas were everywhere.
Yeah. They're just like infested like rats in here.
Time to hand out the toothbrushes we found.
Yeah.
Old symbols.
Grit it off and give me the old teaspoon.
They said that there's Jesus. Jesus and Mary Magdalene are buried as man and wife, and then their kid, he had a son, and he's buried in there too.
So Jesus is buried there as Joseph and Mary's kid.
Yep.
And then Jesus' son is buried there?
Yes, it's a son of Jesus.
Certainly.
And the thing is, the kid...
Did he ever do anything with his life?
What, the boy that Jesus'
How do you
son?
live up to that?
Well, I'll tell you what I think happened, because he doesn't have any wife and no kid.
Yeah.
I think Jesus had a gay son.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
One in every family.
Oh, gee. Wow, because the son didn't procreate.
He didn't procreate. And there's some mention in one of the Gospels of that there was a lad in Jesus' lap. During the Last Supper. It's mentioned in the Bible.
But they left it out of the painting?
They left it out of the painting. So they're saying people are saying that was his boy. His son was gay, and that's why God hates queers. Wow. Because Jesus had a faggot son.
The gospel according to Louis C.K.
That's right. That's what happened.
I'm digging this fucking version.
Jesus had a fucking
cum-guzzling
kid.
right there. There's your TV show.
Yeah.
That James Cameron, was he?
He's an adventurer.
Adventurer, yeah.
He's Indiana Jones.
Like the whole Titanic, you know?
Yep.
Makes the Titanic movie, and he's got to actually go down there.
Yeah.
Like, and from what I know, it's, not 100% safe to go down that far.
No, it's really not.
Underwater.
No.
It's not like if something happened, you just kind of hold your breath, look at the surface, and, swim up.
No, you can't get it back up.
You
It's
pretty much get crushed right where you are.
You're on they got you on a little, wire.
Oh, wire. So if there's some kind of catastrophic malfunction of a pressurized window.
Yeah, you just got to hold on a little bit.
Hold your breath.
Hold your breath.
Can you hold your breath for about the 15 hours it takes us to bring you up so you don't implode?
It's a million times safer not to do that.
Right.
Clearly.
But he goes down there, it's like, can't you just take the word of the people that were down there with the video and here's how the ship looked. We know how it looked. Here's how it sank. Make the fucking movie. It's like, no, I got to go there.
No.
So now what is he doing? A documentary about this?
He's there, and it's coming out, I guess. It's just going to be like on the Discovery Channel, though.
Yeah,
they found Jesus' body, and it's just going to be on the Discovery Channel.
They can only sell it to the Discovery Channel. They found Jesus' body, but the networks are too busy. HBO already has their schedule planned.
Years ago,
we've got The Idol this year. It's not a good time of year.
Wouldn't that have been like in Times Square? Like years ago, with everyone gathered around watching the TVs going, Jesus.
Well, that's what I saw it on Drudge Report.
Yeah.
And I click on it, and I'm like, this is going to be some Drudge Report thing where you read it, and then it goes, actually, no, it's not true. Where you actually, that's actually what it says. But it
from
says
the Daily Mirror.
They found a box that says Jesus, son of Joseph and Mary, and the whole thing. Yeah, like it's extremely, they said it's 600 to 1 pro that it's him.
Did they? Are there bones in there? Have they?
There's bones. What they used to do,
Jesus bones.
Because I read about it when Jews died back then. What they would do after laughing at them is put the body on a rock somewhere so it would rot. And then when it was bones, they'd put the bones in a box. And so they have those boxes with bones in them.
A box of Jesus bones.
Of Jesus bones.
What would that go for on eBay if a piece of fucking toast with Mary's face on it?
Yeah.
Could you imagine what a box of Jesus bones goes for?
A couple hundred, probably.
Could be a little more than that.
Opie.
But only the Discovery Channel.
Yeah, only on the Discovery Channel.
That's amazing.
People
I know you got Jesus' body, but it's, I don't know if that's going to compete against American Idol.
Fucking Britney Spears and her bald head.
Britney Spears' bald head, or some fucking big-titted, marry the old fucking millionaire bimbo dies.
Oh, fucking, I'm so tired of hearing about her.
Enough of her.
Just a dumb, dead cunt.
And fucking...
Who cares?
And our son that she ruined.
So what?
You fucking turned him into a drug addict.
And it's on CNN. I mean, that's on CNN. That's on primetime news.
Yeah.
And all these the same people that report Iraq with the same straight face talk about new developments.
They're trying to figure out who Anna Nicole Smith.
She's just one dead woman.
Right.
Who cares? The only way it would be interesting is if she died again.
Do it again.
If she died twice, then
do
it would be
again.
News.
I want it on CNN 24 hours a day.
Yeah. Die twice.
They don't care.
Otherwise, who cares? Women die every fucking day.
Yeah, there was, I guess yesterday, 41 people killed and just a shitload injured. Another bombing. Another car bombing in Iraq. It's just amazing.
They're brown.
The number of people,
fucking the brown dead people.
I think it's also, I won't say so much brown, and this might be my racism that Amanda called me out for earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's so much that it's brown, that it's far away. We have a miles
I think it's
caring issue.
I think it's brownness.
What about...
because if a bunch of people in England die...
we cared about that.
It's a big deal.
But they're kind of like our brother almost.
No, because
England
they're white.
Is it because they're
brown.
white?
Yeah.
Like, what about the French people that died in the heat wave a couple of years ago? There were like 250,000.
That's right.
Fucking old French people died in this heat wave. And we really didn't care.
No.
Because they're fucking French.
Yeah.
I don't know. What about Asians? Like... We really kind of... The tsunami got a lot of coverage because it was cool because it was a tsunami.
Yeah,
but we could give a shit about those people.
No, because you sort of feel like they're a diamond. Like you could plow a truck into a field of them, and it wouldn't make that much difference because there's so many of them.
There's just so many.
Nobody cares about them. No, the valuelessness of of other people is for different reasons. French old people, nobody cares.
No one cares.
People don't really like French people here. If it was one country over Italy, it would have been more of a bummer.
Yeah.
Brown people, because they're brown. Even if they're here, it doesn't matter that much. I mean, people die in the ghettos in America all the time. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
And the main reason, though, in Iraq, though, is because that's what they're dying so that we can feel weirdly safe. That's like amazing.
Yeah, I don't know.
We killed hundreds of thousands of them so that we can have sort of a subtle feeling of security.
Of this safety?
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's so much...
We're not
how
even
many
killing
we're
people.
Killing. It's
we're not
amazing
even,
how many there of their own people.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says. There is a civil war going on over there. It's fucking... When you're getting every day... At least 100 people are being blown to bits by their own countrymen.
That's a civil war.
Because of their different religion or different sect or whatever. They live across a different imaginary line. That to me is a civil war. But Britney Spears' bald head gets so much more coverage than hundreds of people being blown to bits. Do you know how horrific it would be to be a survivor of that, standing amidst... let's say 100 people's pieces and blood on ceilings and walls as far as you could fucking see, dead people and blood. You're in your mind, you must be, this is the biggest thing to ever happen on the planet. This is going to get coverage like... This is the hugest moment ever to happen.
So you turn on your TV.
And you turn on, and Britney Spears shaved her head. We'll be talking later to her first husband.
Why does the rest of the world hate us? I don't understand.
Why do they say we're like pompous, don't care, uncaring?
Wow, I think go to allaccess.com.
I think that's why they picked a fight with us. These people, because they've been watching TV and they're like, these guys
put them up.
These folks are fucking losers. Look what they do.
They need some realness.
And they see the commercials for like where they show American husbands like acting all meek with
goofy.
their wives.
Their wives are kicking.
And we just love beer and watching football like these dummies.
Oh, he's trying to work the barbecue again.
Yeah,
oh, my retarded husband.
And these guys like in the desert with the beard going like, oh, a bunch of fucking faggots over there.
We gotta take these guys.
Let's start fighting them. Who would be afraid of America at this point?
And then we're interested as a nation for a little while, and then we just get bored and want our entertainment back. Yeah. Like we were so into fucking Shock and Awe. I watched Shock and Awe. It was great.
Yeah.
And then we're like, who's on Idol?
Yeah, nobody
Which
cares.
one got kicked off?
I remember on September 11th, a few days later, somebody mentioned that on Big Brother, those people were still in the house, and they have to tell them now what happened, because they're not supposed to know what's going on in the outside world.
Yeah.
And I was so disgusted by that, and I thought, oh, that stuff's over now. Like, I actually thought on 9/11, there's not going to be any more Survivor
reality shows.
There's going to be no more reality shows.
Yeah.
Because now there's real stakes in America.
Right.
Fucking no.
It got worse.
Same shitty country, same fucking idiots.
It got fucking worse.
You would think they would just open the door and go home.
Yeah. Fuck out. This is too disgusting.
Yeah, we don't even have to explain. Yeah. Just get your bags and leave. The show's over.
Have a loved one tell you what happened.
Yeah.
Our show's done. Because in perspective, this is
the worst
fucking
thing ever.
Shit. This is a steaming lump of shit.
Exactly.
In perspective.
Yep.
But we've gotten even worse.
Right back in.
Right in. Where are all the flags that were on every vehicle driving down the road? Where's the courteous people waving you in because we're all Americans?
No.
It's a traffic jam. I remember I was on the BQE here in New York City. It was maybe 3 days later, and I saw the smoldering mess over there, South Manhattan, just completely in a cloud of smoke for days. Driving by, they're fucking like playing the Battle Hymn of the Republic on the radio, and there's flags on every car. Everyone's stopping and letting people in.
Yeah, because they're all
like
Americans.
You didn't yell at people because all of a sudden we were all Americans, and it wasn't this fucking asshole in front of me that wants to get in, and I'll get on the other guy's bumper and not let him in. You know, everyone was nice, and then. What happened?
Eventually people do the math and they go, I didn't know any of those rich cunts in those buildings.
Yeah, who cares?
I don't care. They weren't me.
The conspiracy theorists come out and say we did it to ourselves.
We did it anyway.
The people come out and go, you know how many fucking husbands and wives probably wanted a divorce anyway? Actually, that's the point we brought up.
Like there wasn't one asshole in either building.
Yeah, they were all
a single
saints.
prick.
They were all saints, and and then you add enough time. And, who knew only a couple of years would be enough time. And we're right back to... We're going to tell you about Britney Spears tonight.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It's just fantastic. She's shaved her head completely out of her fucking bonkers.
Fucking 25-year-old twat from Louisiana. Fucking,
it's more important than our boys in Iraq.
Yeah, of course she is.
Yeah.
Shaving her head and drinking so what?
A couple other things before we get out of here for today. This cute little story from CNN.
Suffolk County, New York executive Steve Levy believes he's found a solution to a common not-in-my-backyard dilemma that's kept residents in this Long Island county concerned for years. Where to temporarily house homeless sex offenders after they've been released from prison. The answer, they say, a 500-square-foot bare-bones trailer equipped with 8 beds, a bathroom, electricity,
and they all live
water,
together?
but no TVs, telephones, or kitchen facilities. The trailer sits on remote county-owned land away from residential communities and will be moved periodically to ensure privacy.
How they move it around.
It's just a trailer in the middle of a field
They're
somewhere.
like superheroes.
That is a sitcom.
Oh, fuck yeah. Pitch that one.
There's your Big Brother house.
Oh, my
The
God.
Pedophiles.
Oh, my God. And they solve crimes, and they go around.
Yeah.
And then they leave town like the Hulk.
And then
with
their trailer gets pulled
bag on
away
their
to a
shoulder.
new location.
They're like
they get
that
into new
Shazam.
adventures.
Like that show Shazam. Captain Marvel.
They're like superheroes. And then they just move on like Kung Fu.
Well, the politician thinks it's a great idea.
Really?
Well, the beauty of this concept.
Beauty. I love that there's no beauty to anything having to do with Shyamalan.
Beauty. Yeah. What's beauty of this is hairless and doesn't stand much taller than 2 feet 6.
Well, the beauty of this concept is not only is the trailer away from a residential community, but it also has a curfew for those residents within it, and it has some security guards who are there at various points during the day and the evening.
The concept cost the county $85 per person per night, cheaper than putting the offenders in motels.
It meets the needs of the person. It also satisfies the law of the state. We're providing a place to stay, but not a place that they're going to want to live forever. They're not going to get too comfortable there.
Oh, my God.
I can't believe people are having cheerful press conferences about... That is like the outskirts of all life right there.
See what happens when pedophiles stop being polite and start being real. The real world pedophilia. Oh, God damn.
Oh, my God.
And then they'll just trailer them off to somewhere else. How many locations, remote locations could there be where people aren't going to be pissed?
Jesus. It's amazing.
Wow. All right. We got only 8 beds?
Yeah, 8 beds. Adam, the trucker, what's up?
Morning, boys. Love ya.
Hi.
Canadian truck driver here. Done the walk over with you boys, and I got on some freight that you might be interested in knowing about.
What do you got?
I got a skid of strap-on dildos, starter beginner bondage kits, and all the paraphernalia.
Oh, you're hauling that, huh?
Where are you hauling it to?
I was going back to Toronto, Canada. We're quite interested there.
You have to cross the border with that stuff.
So that's our export. Those are export goods.
That's great.
Hey, that's a freedom for you. My dispatch told me to leave it on the back end because Canada Customs will probably want to take a look at it,
Yeah. Well, good luck with your hauling.
Why can't a truck filled with dildos spill all over the freeway? It's always like chickens or pigs or
milk
something.
or something.
All right.
I love you, boys. I love you.
Thanks, Adam. Happy hauling.
Don't they have dildos in Canada? They got
why we gotta bring them their dildos?
Yeah.
Communique coming in.
Oh, what is this?
O&A. What's our status in XM-Sirius merger? Oh, FMQB, all access beat you to the punch.
They scooped you, and we talked to the guy.
We talked to the guy from FMQB.
While he was talking, they were typing.
They were typing right onto their website. And the quote is, something's got to give. Opie and Anthony want to know where they stand in the pending XM-Sirius merger, with the pair analyzing Sirius CEO Mel Karmazin's discussion of the merger on rival Howard Stern's show Monday, and Anthony concluding, Mel's answer doesn't make me feel welcome. Karmazin, responding to a question from Stern's sidekick Robin Quivers, voiced discomfort with sharing programming with terrestrial radio. He said that he would honor contracts, but as you move forward, you make some decisions. We made an amazing deal with regular radio, Opie noted, adding that CBS was desperate after the David Lee Roth fiasco. Something's got to give.
You just said this.
I know, we just said it, and it's in print. Welcome to fucking the 21st century.
Something's got to give, Opie added. We're going to get kicked off of XM, or we're going to get kicked off terrestrial radio, but something's got to give. Anthony Kumas...
I don't remember you reiterating it all dramatically like that.
I know.
But something's gotta give.
I know, he can't even quote himself right. Dude, what are you doing, Opie?
I'm just sick today. Anthony Cumia is saying that he didn't want to have the show air on Stern's channel. Doing a fucking commercial for Stern added that
it's gotta be the way it is right now with our own channel. If we're gonna be shit on, maybe we don't want to be part of this. Cumia said, although he stressed that O&A could absolutely work for Karmazin as long as no restrictions are placed on their content, as was the case when O&A were at CBS and prevented from discussing Stern by Karmazin-instituted gag order.
Now, what is Mike going to write? He can't write the same thing.
Mike, what happened?
What happened, Mike? What happened?
And then they gave Opie the big quote... bold type thing. Something's gonna give.
God, I barely talked today, but I get a quote in the press.
You ought to have an exclamation point.
I'm like a home run hitter. A lot of strikeouts, and then I hit a home run.
You whacked this one over the wall.
Gonna give.
You've been hitting nothing but base hits all day, and I just sit back and I hit like a late game homer.
You get a little homer.
I am so sick today.
I like they have our picture in here, and it's the worst picture. It's our publicity picture they took of us at XM.
Yeah,
it's so weird.
Oh, it's horrible.
That's
and then
so weird how they.
What about us? It says on the bottom.
It makes it sound like it was.
I
don't know. It's strange.
Yeah, it does. It makes it sound like what? Yeah. Like we're kind of whining.
I remember whining. I was with when I was writing for Conan. I went with Andy Richter to the New York Knicks were playing Houston in the finals, the NBA finals. So we went to Houston and covered it for the Conan show just for fun. And the bit was that Andy doesn't know shit about sports and doesn't care about it. So he just came up with one question to ask everybody, and it was, what about the Ori factor? And Robert Ori was playing for, but he was nothing. He wasn't actually a good player then. So we got him into the post-game big thing. And there was a guy with a microphone on a long pole, and I asked the guy, will you hit my guy, Andy Richter? He's like, I don't care. So on MSG, there's Patrick Ewing, real serious, he lost the game. And Andy goes, Patrick, what about the Ori factor? And Ewing giggled and went, what? What's the Ori factor? And everybody laughed. Anyway, about a week later, it was in a newspaper from Detroit or somewhere, and it said, Patrick Ewing determined to bounce back or whatever it was. When asked the question, what about the Ori factor, he shot back with steely eyes, what Ori factor? Like they turned it into
a dramatic moment.
Yeah, and that there was a hush. All just fucking lies.
What about it?
Yeah, what about it?
And it was just a goof. Holy shit fucking news.
God. No, every time you read something about something you know about, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
So I got to assume everything on the news is bullshit.
It is hysterical reading about it seconds after we just said it. It is so kind of funny, though.
Hey, we're going to have fun with this.
So Anthony said steely-eyed.
Anthony said, my mother's cunt. Just starts saying something else.
Just say that. Just blurt things out.
Oh, Mike got scooped. Poor Mike.
How did Mike get scooped when we were giving him the exclusive interview on the phone?
Right. We were saying all this to Friday Morning Quarterback, but All Access just leaves that out of their story.
Wow. Does it mention how Mel's answer doesn't make us feel welcome? Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't mention how he didn't mention us.
Right.
That was the mention I want mentioned.
Well, maybe Friday Morning Quarterback will get it a little.
That's your angle, Mike.
See?
The fact that he's going out of his way not to mention us.
Stop listening to our show and get writing.
Yeah, what are you doing on the phone with us?
The AP is sending out their story in a minute or two.
It's going to be on Drudge soon. Oh, look, Jesus is coughing.
Huh? You found it?
Yeah, I found it. It's on Drudge. That's all I had to do.
What is it on FoundryMusic.com?
That's what I think. If Jesus came back, he's going to be like on MSNBC with all shit scrolling by him. And
they won't take the ticker off.
Yeah, it'll just
they'll
like,
break for commercial.
And there'll be somebody giving half-interested questions, talking
at the opposing view.
Okay, Jesus, thank you for coming by. Next, we have Nancy Grace is going to talk to the...
Jesus will be talking.
And he'll be like...
how much time do you give Jesus?
Yeah, exactly.
That's just it. He'll be talking. He'll be like, well, the reason I have come back is I'm noticing that there isn't much...
Thank you, G. You know what? Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, I thought I was going to have another minute.
I was going to talk about why I came back. No, Jesus, we'd love to have you again. But coming up, Britney Spears, attorney, shoots back. That's where we live.
No, that's it.
Holy fuck.
Like he'll be on Star Magazine, he's in the corner, in the box in the corner.
Yeah, little box in the corner.
No.
And there'll be a guy that has to, like, put the fucking little mic wire up Jesus' robe. Jesus, could you grab in?
Do you want to put that through yourself, or you want me to do
through?
that? No, I'll get it.
Okay. Jesus, what do you need? A little makeup? You got some bags under your eyes, a little bit. We'll just put a little makeup on you, Jesus.
Oh, God.
Hair? What do you do with your hair?
That's it.
Do you want me to give it a little body to it?
He's going to get a show on Wii, and that's it.
Jesus, the offers are coming through for Jesus, for his own show.
Speaking of Britney,
yes, Britney.
I told Anthony, Louis, you are so quick to begin with. Ant is so quick, and I'm on like major cold medicine. So to try to keep up with you guys today has been the biggest challenge of my career. I'm like, it sounds like I'm right there, but I'm a step behind all day long.
Oh, it's on some great cold medication, man.
No, the Britney thing, really fast. I mean, she is just a bad girl, man. Snorting and doing ecstasy and ODing, according to the guy she married for a few hours.
Well, Opie, we all thought this was a new development with Britney Spears, but apparently she's been this way for years. I just want to say it like this smarmy kind of fucking asshole cocksucker voice.
What's the story? They're claiming that she had a fatal, almost fatal, obviously.
Well,
overdose?
When she was married to childhood friend Jason Alexander, not the one from the Seinfeld show, but her childhood... I know, I say this all the time. So funny with it.
Can we get the music for Anthony? There you go.
Well, Britney Spears. As I was saying, Jason Alexander and not the one from Seinfeld. Boy, would that be strange, wouldn't it? Two bald people walking around. Oh, hysterical. But apparently this behavior started when she was with this gentleman. And he was telling stories now. He has come forward and started telling stories about a very sordid past of sex with a stripper involved.
A threesome.
A threesome. Yes, absolutely, Opie. A threesome.
A drug-fueled threesome.
Drug-fueled with ecstasy, cocaine, and booze. And apparently Britney Spears experienced an overdose when doing some pure ecstasy.
All the gays and the Jews.
Da, 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 da.
All the gays and the Jews.
Da, 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 watch the show.
And the whores and the blacks and the love.
Jason Alexander, former boyfriend, had to bring Britney nude. Oh my God. Shower. Did I say naked? I said naked. Had to bring her into the shower and cool her off. He thought she was going to die. His quote was actually, "I can't believe this fucking bitch is going to die on me."
Oh my God, she shit in her little panties. She shit her thong.
He called up the person he got the drugs from, Lance, and drove over to the house, and they put an adrenaline needle in her chest.
All right, that's Pulp Fiction.
Oh, shit, it is. I get my movies mixed up with reality. Hey, I got to stab her 3 times.
By the way, going backwards. The Drudge Report, where they're talking about Jesus' grave there.
Yeah.
Because we're wondering how much...
Jesus' grave.
We're wondering how much time...
No time for that on this broadcast.
We're wondering how much time Jesus would get and all that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Well, it's already begun because the Drudge Report, you would assume that the story of the coffin of Jesus would be top billing.
Yeah.
No, Ellen DeGeneres in her pantsuit gets top billing over Jesus' grave.
They're saying a 42 share.
42 share for the Oscars, and then... You get to see about
is that high? I don't even know what that
Jesus.
means.
Let's see. It said no Oscars, a bore and a horror, unspectacular boring. Let's see. What ABC pulled a 27.4 rating for the Oscars. Truth wins. They got Al Gore up there. If numbers hold, would be third least watched Oscars, joining low of 2006, 2003. And then click here for more. American Idol ratings. And over here in the corner, I see Jesus' coffin.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's got a little picture of it. Doesn't look very impressive.
How does Oscar talk beat Jesus talk?
Well, the picture of Marty Scorsese is a little bigger than the picture of Al Gore than Jesus' coffin.
Oh, my God.
Should Marty Scorsese holding an Oscar be sharing the same page with Jesus' coffin?
This is, like after that movie, the Raiders of the Lost Ark, the idea that there's this weird box that has all this power.
Yeah.
This is the actual dead fucking Jew body of Jesus.
Right.
And
this
nobody
isn't the
cares.
rocks of the fucking
Shouldn't
Ten
today
Commandments.
all the rest of the news just go away? It should just be one story on Drudge today.
Yeah,
that's it.
It should be it.
That's
if
it.
you open this box, there's a fucking uncircumcised Jewish cock and bone.
This is the one story that wipes all the other news away for a day. But no, it doesn't even get top billing.
Nope.
Ellen DeGeneres, more important than Jesus' coffin today. Congratulations to Ellen DeGeneres.
All right.
A little eBay joke for you.
Oh, yeah?
And a little science to it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus' skeleton for sale.
Mm-hmm.
Slightly damaged tarsals and metatarsals.
That's horrible. You're just mentioning those bones because you know them?
It's just a bone joke. Thank you.
But it's not even a pun.
Of course it isn't. It's
like
just a show off.
I'm just
showing off.
Tarsals and metatarsals are.
I'm just showing off.
Oh, my God.
It's just about ready to go.
That's what I do.
It's just about time to go home.
No, when I do a foot hand joke.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Film director. Scholars criticize. Controversy.
What?
Who would think this would be controversial?
Yeah.
I think it's just a hands down. Yes, it is.
That's the thing is when you read the article, by the end of it, you go, those are his... That's him. It's him. And nobody fucking cares.
No one cares.
Fuck.
You want to answer that phone?
Because Lindsay Lohan might be going back in rehab. That's why.
Exactly.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, Ooh. Oh, phone call. I like this. How's the dog?
But what if they're... Okay.
Oh, Louis' dog. When last we left you.
Yeah, what
Louis'
if... Did he say that... So the flight is definitely going to take off?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Yeah, his dog. He flew his dog.
Why?
He was nice.
And because of the weather, it got delayed. So with a bag, it's one thing. You know, you got your luggage.
Why does he want
but
his
this
dog?
is a living animal.
So he said there's no way the flight's going to sit on the tarmac with the dog in it?
Aww.
Give the dog a seat.
Okay.
Put him in that emergency aisle so he gets some tail room.
Let him fly the plane.
Let him fly.
I'm still on the air and they're making fun of you.
I feel for your dog now.
Wait, who are you talking to?
What?
It's his wife.
She's
worried about the dog.
How much do we like Louis C.K.?
A lot.
That's the question I have today.
Lot.
You sure?
He's one of our bestest pals.
Thank you.
I'm on cold medicine.
He's one of our bestest pals.
Is that your wife?
This is my wife.
Wait, what is happening?
My
dog is in New York?
My dog is in L.A.
And they're flying the dog to be with you in New York?
Apparently he's tried to hijack a plane.
You miss your dog that much?
Well, what am I supposed to do with the dog? To leave her there? No, the whole family's moving back here.
It's not.
I'm moving my family to New York.
Oh, the whole family's moving back?
Yeah, I'm not flying the dog in here so I can pet it and send it home.
I don't know.
Go home.
Who knows with you? Who can figure you out?
Dog's sitting there with his legs crossed in first class.
Yeah. I'll take the Alpo.
Sitting next to the Chamless that John Benet got.
You're all moving back to New York. You were in L.A.
We were in L.A. all this time to do Lucky Louie.
Gotcha.
And so my wife hates it there, so finally I'm giving up the fucking career and moving to New York where that can't get any work. And every time we move from one coast to the other, I drive my dog. Because the idea of putting the dog in the plane is just painful, so
barbaric.
And of course, it goes worse than you ever fucking imagined.
Yeah, because now I said, fuck it, I'm putting the dog on a plane. But it is a fucking historical storm. There's going to be a huge storm, so the dog's going to be probably locked in a crate in the belly of some plane, sitting on a tarmac for several hours.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
They know there's a fucking dog on the plane.
Yeah.
There's dogs on the plane. They know, so they won't, sit there and just let them breathe in jet fuel or...
Yeah, no.
Oh,
it's in the cargo.
Yeah. Oh, I understand they didn't put him in the landing gear like some fucking Ecuadorian trying to get to the United States.
We interrupt this program. The ozone midget sighting of the day.
2 in one day. Richard, Indiana, what's up?
Yeah, hey, too bad Jimmy's not here. He'd love this. Playing a band in Louisville, Kentucky. We played for opened up for a band of midgets called Mini Kiss.
We had Mini Kiss.
We've seen Mini Kiss.
Dude. This is old news. We did a bunch of things with Mini Kiss over the years.
This is not a midget sighting.
Well, hey, punch it out.
All right.
Meanwhile, back at the show,
they did some terrific things for us over the years. All right. So the dog...
Yeah, so what's the latest on the dog?
So they picked her up. I mean, I've been calling saying there's a storm, so you're not going to fly her, right? But my wife called to say, yeah, they came and got the dog.
Oh, they got it?
Yeah, but I guess she thinks that means everything's okay, but I'm not sure why that doesn't mean...
Can I ask an honest question?
Yeah.
Would you miss the dog if it didn't make it in one piece?
Yeah, I would a lot.
Okay.
So people get attached to their animals.
Oh, here's the guy's message. Oh, what is he saying? Should not be affected by weather. We don't foresee any problems. Of course, schedules can always change. Your dog can always die. For everything's running on time. I don't know why they think everything's going to... I mean, there's a big storm headed here.
Yeah.
It's killing people in its path.
They
fly above it.
So your family picked up the dog.
They picked up the dog, and the dog's going to be on the plane. But who knows where the plane will land, and, you know...
Is the family on the same plane?
What? No, the family's going to fly Wednesday.
What does it cost to fly a dog cross country?
Depending on how you do it. Like, if you do it yourself, which means going to get your own cage and doing all this shit.
Right.
It's not that much. It's like $500 or whatever.
If you just come in with a dog on a leash.
I'm having the guy. Yeah, this guy picks it up door to door. It's $1,500.
Sweet.
Wow. Yeah,
but
that's not bad.
You don't have to pick up the dog or anything. That's
no. They take it to my house. They'll bring it here to New York.
But that's like more than a first class seat. For a human.
No, it's not. $1,500 is
one way.
Is a cheap one way first class. That's business these days. $1,500.
It is cheap, but it's one way.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I'm not flying the dog home. No.
Let's get out of here. Yeah. Line of the daytime.
Oh yes.
No sponsorship right now.
Just a quick BodogFight.com.
Yeah, BodogFight.com. Go there.
Here's the runner-up line of the day.
Just die.
Guy can't do no wrong though. He's like, he's everywhere. Guy is everywhere.
I seriously think the cure for AIDS was him dying of it. Because once AIDS gets him, it'll be like, my work is done.
My work here is done.
There you go.
Was that the fuck?
Was it?
Was it in there?
It sounded like it. Unfortunately, we can't replay it because we don't have that tape anymore.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right. We don't keep tapes. I think it was, though. It was that light, huh?
I think maybe that was it, yeah.
Well, Opie, how is flying a dog barbaric? Did planes exist when barbarians lived? I don't know, Stephen Wright. Jesus Christ.
A little nitpicky.
It's what a barbarian would do. Right. You were around now.
These guys kill us on a daily basis. Jesus. Anthony was talking about the Ron Fez event, how everyone just gets
I gotta say, something? I'm glad you brought it up because now I gotta say something about this. I forgot all
about it. It was before the show you were explaining. I had to go to Atlantic City. I really wanted to go to the Ron and Fez show on Friday night.
Ron and Fez's event on Friday night over at the Hard Rock Cafe.
Huge success.
It was a huge success. Eastside Dave taking on the Rider. They had a great match. I won't give away any details. I'm sure Ron and Fez are going to want to
recap today. They're going to have a really good show today, sure.
But here's something I noticed. Their event went off
without a hitch.
Fantastically, without a hitch. And one of the biggest reasons, I think, was because of the audience. Their crowd will actually watch the stage as people are doing things, and after 10 seconds, not start booing, throwing shit, chanting "fuck you," chanting "Free FM sucks."
No, they said "fuck Free FM."
Fuck Free FM. Throwing boring, yawning, calling people to the front of the stage to talk to them during a fucking radio show. I was amazed at Ron and Fez's audience. We have savages that come to our shows. That it doesn't matter if, again, we could wheel out Jesus's bones on the front of the stage, and someone will throw a fucking bottle at it and try to get it in the box.
Well, we did the Halloween show live from the Hard Rock, and they started the "Fuck Free FM" chant, which fucked up our whole event.
Fuck Free FM. We did the St. Patty's Day thing, and it just turned into
guys coming up telling nigger jokes. I mean, we just want.
What did you think was going to happen?
I don't know.
You think they're just going to drink whiskey and be
having
a
little fun or something? But
yeah, one or two jokes is fun,
and racial humor is fine.
Over again.
And believe me, racial humor is great. I fucking love it. But it's this. When you know when the attitude changes.
Yes.
And it's just like, yeah, let me tell you, these fucking niggas came in, and you're like, holy shit, okay, this is turned.
No, I went to my upstate. We have a house upstate, and these neighbors. I don't know. I hope to stop me if I told the story here. I'm a complete asshole.
I don't remember it already.
But my neighbors were watching the Tyson Lennox Lewis fight on satellite, and they invited me. And I go there, and all my neighbors on the street are there. And it's the first I realized they all go to this guy's house to drink. I've never seen them all in one place. But we live in the country. They're all farmers. They're all sweet Christian nicest people in the world. And we're all sitting there watching the Tyson fight, and one guy yells out, I think the nigger's going to win. Because it's two black guys fighting.
No.
But not unclever.
Not right. It's funny, but let me now.
Yeah.
You were waiting for the reaction to see how it played in the room.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, a guy said something. The story I'm going to tell my wife is, we're at the Tyson fight. I'm watching Tyson, and guess what? This guy said nigger. And then another guy goes, I think the nigger's going to lose, too. And they're all laughing.
It tags on.
And each person in the room, all of my neighbors, everybody lives on my street, said nigger by the end of the fight.
Shit.
And they're after a while, they're just saying stuff like, they're like two monkeys up there. Like, just saying, I heard they don't do nothing. They're like animals. Like, they're just fucking.
Why don't he hit him with his tail?
It's just like, and I'm just going, oh God, these are my neighbors. I don't want my daughter knowing their kids, and
we got to move, honey,
to New York.
Move the trailer with 8 beds in.
And what am I going to take a stand?
Like, I'm
going to stand up. See here, you country folk.
We got us a boxer lover. Yeah. Get it? We mean nigger.
So anyway, that's one reason why we haven't done a live broadcast, because the last one went off so horrifically.
Their crowd was so fucking nice and like accepting of everything that was going on up there. And like any live show, there are your highlights and some moments that don't work as well. Like me being on stage and backstage a lot of the time, Ronnie would come back and go, let's get this fucking thing over with, because maybe something wasn't going over as well as he thought. So there are things that happen like that, but their crowd goes through those moments. They get through them. They applaud the fact that they're fucking up there giving it their shot and trying. And then the banner moments, like Fez getting up there singing the fucking Fez song, was just like he was a rock star, and they were cheering and fuck. It was amazing.
What do we get? Fuck Free FM.
Fuck Free FM.
Trying to do a show for live radio.
Boring. And let me tell you another thing.
Radio, whatever.
Girls coming up on fucking stage and being treated with some iota of respect. I'm not even talking about people at our events get up there and rape the girls on stage, although we do have to watch for that. But every girl that got up on stage at one of our events, it's nothing but, show your tits. Where's your cunt, you fucking whore, bitch? Show us your tits. Boo, boo. And they'll boo when they don't fucking show.
And believe it or not, we've gotten a little better with that one. A little better.
A little.
But we still got a ways to go.
Unfucking believable. And then there's girls out there, and they're fucking, they're being treated like human beings.
Well, we're supposed
just
this is the first year we're not doing a St. Patty's Day show live on the radio.
Go fuck yourselves.
And it's
a
direct result of the Halloween show.
Now, I was very pissed off at our audience when I was watching this, because I'm like, and I start thinking about what we go through at some of these live shows.
Your audience is like the Dirty Dozen, they're the guys you drag them out of jail to kill Hitler.
Well, okay, that's a good point. But I was thinking, then it turned around, and I had a little bit of revelation and went, you know something? It's our fault.
Sure.
We're the parents. We're the fucking parents that fucked up and let him do whatever they want and cheered him on when they attacked and did this, that, and the other thing. And we raised them to be the fucking animals that they are.
Of course you did.
And Ron and Fez raised their audience to be what they are, and they appreciate the entertainment.
What? There's more people like your fans than there are people like their fans. Most people are disgusting. So
you know something?
Ratings are going to keep going up.
Well, we can only hope, I guess.
We can only hope.
I was appalled by the polite audience that Ron and Fez had.
Well, they're going to have a fine recap of the event they had.
Yeah, it was put on very well.
Let's get out of here. We got line of the day, BowDogFight.com. Let's do it, Bill. day. Line of the day.
Did you hear there was a stabbing at one of the parties?
Really?
Last night, and it was Reese.
Reese's husband?
No, Reese.
Ex-husband?
No, right there.
Reese Witherspoon?
No, with a knife.
Oh my God! Are you still playing poker?
It's one of the worst jokes I've ever heard.
Oh, that you heard?
It is one of the
Who told
worst.
you that one?
Joe.
Come on.
There you go.
That's a great one.
That's pretty great.
Isn't that bad?
It's pretty great.
I laughed when I heard it. I think I was drunk.
And they didn't have Flavor Flav just completely taking over their show.
That's another thing. Flavor Flav, like it was organized.
Did you ever hear about this?
No, Flavor Flav
one of the
took
greatest
over.
moments in Opie and Anthony history.
I won't blame the audience for that.
No,
We
of
put
course
him
not.
through
We're
that
trying to do a
crap.
Halloween party, and part of it was Flavor Flav, just off his show, hot as shit. He's putting out his first album in whatever.
20 years or whatever it was.
So we're like, and he's done our show. Like, yeah, we'll have him show up at the Hard Rock and do maybe a song on stage.
Wave to the crowd, do a song,
We'll
and then
interview
leave.
him. He was on stage for close to an hour. And
He brought out every boxer that he had brought with him.
Middleweight.
Yeah, they were all of them, let me tell you.
Dude. And
he had a posse of, I don't want to exaggerate, so
50?
please help me.
Conservatively?
Had to be 50 people.
Oh, my God.
On stage. And he introduced every one of them.
Can I just tell you the related story that you're going to enjoy?
Yeah, please.
This is a story that this guy I know, Mike Rowe. He's a comedian.
Yeah, Mike.
You know Mike Rowe?
Yeah, Dirty Jobs.
No, different guy.
That one guy.
Mike Rowe told me this story that he was at home in Connecticut where he grew up, and he had a working class family, didn't really like them, didn't get along with anybody in his family, so he's having bad holidays, and everybody's racist in his family, and so his father, his cousin comes home and says something like, geez, you know what, this today at work this nigger fell asleep at the forklift, right? So he's depressed about it. Late at night, he'd having a glass of milk in his mom's kitchen, and his brother comes down, who he is the one person he relates to, and says, "What's the matter, Mike?" Well, cousin whatever Ray said the nigger fell asleep at the forklift, and his brother goes, "The nigger fell asleep at the forklift?" So anyway, there's that level of the story, right? I was working at Cedric the Entertainer, which is a black guy show, and half the writers were white, half were black, and so we're trading race stories. Having a bit of a summit. And I tell that story, and one of the black writers goes, fucking nothing makes me madder than a nigger falling asleep at the forklift, and no other black guy's going to get a job at that plant now. Like, he took this story from that angry standpoint. And then I tell all of that to my friend Dino, and still nobody's getting the
Grasping the fact.
And so then I tell the story to my friend Dino,
He's upset.
and my friend Dino's reaction is, how the fuck do you fall asleep at a forklift? It's like nobody's listening to Mike and his fucking problem with his racism.
An inner torment here that no one's really getting.
Nobody's getting.
Go forget about the forklift part.
Forget about the nigger
Could
at
be
the
anything.
forklift. That's not the point.
Could have been anything.
And somewhere there's this fucking guy who fell asleep at a forklift, has no idea what he
No
started.
idea his story is being told throughout the land.
And he's being called a nigger at the forklift by thousands of people he's never. And now it's on the
Cedric
radio.
the Entertainer knows about him.
And now millions of listeners around the country know about the nigger who fell asleep at the forklift.
And one man's inner turmoil.
And his odds with his family.
But the Flavor Flav hijacked our show for well over an hour, and no one was brave enough to tell him to get the fuck off the stage.
50 guys out there, and he's introducing each one. Yo, I want to bring out, and then he starts playing some music and rapping.
You think he's going to get started?
And it took him so long, but his raps were just him talking about his posse and who.
Yeah.
So we were like, oh my god, what do we do?
In the end, he thought it was a record release party for his album.
For his album.
He didn't realize he was just doing a guest spot on our show.
I think someone told him that to get him there.
Oh Jesus!
Louis,
So
the
we're
whole
sitting out in
audience
the
was
cold.
white. Like, do you notice anything? Would this be the crowd you'd be playing in front of at a record release party?
Yeah, like Michael Jackson when he picked up that non-trophy.
Yeah. That was pretty much it. I want to accept this award. No, it's not an award, douchebag. It's something on your birthday cake, you fucking kid toucher.
All right. We can go on forever. Louis, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, absolutely. Again,
Thanks
man.
for having me.
Love having you.
We found out Louis is going to be on the O&A Traveling Virus this summer. That's great news.
It's great.
And
with the Boston Comedy Connection end of the month.
End of the month, okay.
Tempe Improv, Phoenix, sometime this month too.
MySpace,
March.
website.
I got LouisCK.com, Lucky Louie on DVD, HBO, Shameless.
Commentary and stuff on the DVD.
Lots of that, yeah.
All right.
Funny shit.
It's always a pleasure, Louis. Thanks,
guys.
so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
The virus is out.
Tell your friends.
He's infected.
That's right, Opie.
Shut your mouth. I love the homoerotic nature of the whole event.
The virus made my genitals rot off.
Whoa, dude, don't come near me.
We're your celebrity skin cancer connection.
And it was better than my first kiss.
Laugh until your innards spill out on the chair.
And Anthony Show. Line of the Day is brought to you by Bodog. If you'd like to vote on any of the weekly show polls, go to iliketolisten.com.